Oh, yeah, they won't be the US yet. You gonna share me a thing? Okay. Usually mute the sound. Won't sound anywhere, either Discord or on the stream, the live stream. Okay. What am I supposed to be hearing? Yeah, what sound? Oh. Oh, I'm not hearing it, but doesn't matter. As long as it's on stream.
All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in to AVIANART 2022. Group Jabirus Mistaed3 versus Tyvarius37. This is going to be a double header. First game up on the docket this evening is going to be invertacrismizer. Second match, I believe, is also going to be True Pot Hunt. This evening, I am joined by one home_wrecker.
Hello, I'm trying to remember how to spell invertacrismizer. I think I did it wrong. Oh no.
It's also in the title.
I just spent all day reading things. I don't want to read anything else.
There you go.
Thank you.
It's all good. Right, and we should be ready to go. I believe our players are also ready to get started.
They definitely look like they're suited up. I'm excited here. Bananaverse birthday. I love this.
Yeah, that's definitely something everybody should keep in mind. Tyvarius has promised to stream in a banana suit. Looks like he has set the date for the 2nd, this Friday. So make sure, if you have no other plans, to join us, because the man's going to be in a banana suit, and it's going to be a good time. We're also trying to convince him to get heinously drunk with the rest of us and do something towards the end of the night, so we'll see.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh
You're
man, I can't wait. Oh, I'm gonna have to get my beer for that. But first, I'm gonna need you to fix something on the screen that we're looking at here.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's perfect.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I worked extremely hard to make sure that this overlay looked great. All right, it looks like we did get started. Might have a bit of a delay on Ed's side, so I'm gonna pause Ty for a second here and let that catch up. But hammer right out the gate.
Yes, both starting with the Link's House start, picking up the hammer. So 1 of 4. This is, for those of you that are familiar with the ludicrous speed mode, we've got 4 of everything lurking about. With a few exceptions. There's 6 starting hearts. That's all they're gonna get. They're not gonna find any of those. I believe that is this the one where they start with compasses?
It's in the description, but they should. I believe that they start with here. 4 evolve progression, quality of life items, 6 starting hearts, tree pools or bombs, quarters and stun prize are 20 rupees, enemy and full ball shuffle, and also 0 Aga and Ganon warps, which is absolutely lovely because Ganon's a jerk.
Yeah, it's super fast all dungeons insanity. That's basically what's going on here. There's a request to apparently turn you up a bit, Tank.
Oh, sure. Alright, I am turned up a bit.
I don't think he's used to hearing that, folks, so.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty loud. I'm not gonna lie, so.
Alright, well, coming out of Hype Cave, we've got a Moon Pearl now, we've got Samaria. They still got their hammer.
Invertacrismizer, by the way, is starting compasses, boots, and you get to start with 19 rupees.
Yes. That's what I thought. They started with compasses. Oh, wow! That was a Poe under a bush. No one ever expects the ghost in the bush. Ty just got destroyed. Good thing they were packing a fairy in a bottle.
Yeah, the enemies so far have not been super kind to either one of them. Ed taking an early death outside of Hype Cave, so. And Ed kind of forgetting that
he needs money for the chess game.
Money. Yeah.
Ty, however, did remember the 1 rupee 50/50 right outside of the Arrow game, so he's getting his money now. 5 shots for a nice big pack of rupees, and he's going to go one more time.
Yeah, you like hate to spend the time to do the rupee game, but it's so worth it in this mode because it's just really quick and easy money.
Well, I mean, it's inverted, right? You've got a lot of money that you need to... Oh, wow. Look at that. Ty going for the mean 5 hits, and I think he went 1 for 5 there. Oh, unfortunate.
Rough shots. I mean, in this mode, you kind of just got a meme.
That's what I told these. I told these guys before we started that they need to meme and get this done as quickly as they can. I said, let's shoot for 10-minute go mode. We're not quite there. And Ed's going to lose some time here doing the Thieves Town dip now, but who knows? Who knows? Maybe he'll find like half his go mode in here. Oh wow, beer turning me down a bit. Okay, I guess I'm too loud. I see.
No,
I see.
no,
All
you're
right.
never too loud. Never.
Oh yeah, no, not at all. Stop! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! I don't think Royale would approve of that, honestly. And
She might, just because that would force you to go there.
gosh. As I recall, the actual title is Master of Terror Basement Mirror Shield. Yes, that's how it goes.
Oh, I can fix that.
Oh my gosh. Oh, looks like we've got... Oh, is this going to be a Landmo in Thieves Town?
There we go.
Ed having a little fun playing
better for you?
whack-a-mole here. Oh, thanks, Tank. I appreciate it so much. Republic funding for teachers. Yeah, see, there you go. Royale already making an issue with it.
We fixed it now. It's okay. You're now the master of the Terror Basement Mirror Shield, just like you
Oh
wanted.
my gosh. That wanted is not the word. That's not the word there.
And Ed putting up first crystal here.
Yeah, got his quarter magic after playing some whack-a-mole. Ty's gonna go in with his glove. Let's see if he elects to go into the back of Thieves Town here.
Some rude crystal roller placement here and there. The answer to that, Vix, is yes.
No, we don't need... Yeah, I mean, you can, but look, everyone always talks about whether they can. They don't talk about whether they should.
Here we go.
Oh my goodness.
Just a little more for you there.
Just like Meyer, though, corn has the juice, so you know I'm fine with it.
Not too rough of the conveyor room there. A Wizrobe in there could have been pretty rough, but overall, not too bad. Enox is being super rude. Oh, and Ed taking a death.
I think Ed still has his fairy. Oh, I guess not. I know they had picked up a fairy in a bottle, but
I think he's
There we
already
go.
burned
Wow.
through that. There's a lot going on in this so far. Enemy placement has not been the kindest.
well, that's what you get with Enemizer and with your 6 hearts here. 6 heart, which isn't bad, but still green mail. This can be kind of rough. I'm surprised Ty didn't even take a look at the boss. He was just like, nope, I'm going to the back.
See if Ty suffers a similar fate here.
I mean, he's
Ty's
going to be
going
smart and use
safety
his
strap.
bombos. This is smart. Like, this is
Poor
just how
Ed
Enemizer works
taking
sometimes.
another
I'd rather
death.
not die. I'm deep. Oh!
And dead anyway.
Wow. Ty, I tried to call you smart, and then you took an anti-fairy in the back. This isn't Zelda 2, man. Come on. You're better than that.
Ed's decided to go do better things than die repeatedly. And it's also
Yeah, now he's gonna go get his money, yeah.
get that money, or you can miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rupee game is contingent on actually hitting the targets with your arrows, as Ed is finding out here.
I mean, last I checked, pretty rare for horses to be able to shoot bows in the first place. So if his accuracy is a little bad, I'll give him some leeway.
There we go. Well, now he's finding out the more you hit, the more you get, so. Playing a dangerous game, trying to thread the fingertips here.
Good shots. Missed that first one, but got everything else after.
Yeah, Doc, get the money. Where's TJ when we need him? Oh.
Ty actually being able to make his way up to the attic, but finding a Lionel in his way.
Oh, that was funny. I was waiting for him to run right into that thing.
And a fire rod.
What is this? Like, Inverted is letting us do the nice dungeons early. I was waiting for the ice palace dip here. Like, what is this?
Yeah, so Ty, I don't know if force of habit or just out of safety, bombing the floor, even though definitely not needed.
I mean, he might just have temporarily forgot its boss shuffle. He didn't even check the boss coming in, so that leads me to believe he's just not quite thinking that yet. I'm sure he'll get there soon. Once he goes in and says, hey, and sees, hey, this is not blind.
Yeah.
I'll just drop the I'm a numpty and then go on with remembering its boss shuffle from there.
Oh. Ty is indeed a numpty. A lovable one, but a numpty nonetheless. A lot of snakes down here.
This is like our first real divergence with Ed just giving up on the back of Thieves Town.
Yeah.
Ty's gonna probably take that fire rod to Skull Woods, like.
Could be a very early divergence, though we might see another fire rod somewhere soon. Just with so many available.
Yeah, no. There's 3 of them in Ice Palace.
No, there's only 2 in Ice Palace. One is on the right side of GT.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Or how about one Ice Palace, one right side GT, one in the back of Skull Woods? That could be.
Or one in the cutscene chest of Meyer.
Sure. So, Ty having a much better time with Landmo, not having to play whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
Fricasseed worms.
And Ty puts his first crystal up on the board.
Yeah, it doesn't need powder. What's a horse going to do with powder?
The horse also broke his tracker, so that's not me, that's him, just in case anybody's wondering.
Oh no.
And as predicted, Ty heading up into Skull Woods.
Half magic hype, quarter magic hype. We had all the magic in Thieves Town.
Very magical place.
I mean, that's, oh wow. That's a magical spike.
And getting bullied
Right in
by
Ty's face.
Stalfos.
Yeah, the joys of Enemizer, just finding all these unusual things where they shouldn't be.
What is this Skull Woods area? What is with all of these fireballs?
I mean,
Fire snakes and the little fireballs, they're everywhere. Just taunting you with fire.
yeah. Just reminding you, I hope you brought this, because if you didn't, it's it's gonna be a hot red burning experience, but not for you. This is kind of mean. This entrance into the back of Skull Woods here. Holy cow! Oh, the Jazz Hands guy. in Pod. That's a fun place for that. Very tame bridge here. Collapsing bridge in Pod. He can actually get across it.
Yeah, no
I'm used
spikes.
to like, yeah, I'm used to spikes or crystal rollers or some nonsense there. Ty taking good advantage of his quarter magic.
Oh,
Except for when
almost
he
getting
missed
grabbed.
Yeah. Missed the torch, almost got grabbed. He's going to get waylaid by an anti-fairy. He's having a grand old time here.
Yeah, easy game. Wow. Not much of a randomized back of skull here. Except where the key was? That was funny.
Ed just looks like, I don't think Ed's gotten anything but what Quake out of Pod here. Like this place is just barren.
Yeah, not super great right now. And taking another death there. This is actually a triple header for Mistaed, because he did open ladder before this.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like I can do
on the
one
plus
competitive
side,
race a day with a clear head, and after that it's just like
on
nope.
the plus side, they are three very distinct modes, so the seed bleed should be somewhat minimal.
Yeah, no seed bleed. Instead, you'll just be like, what did I do to myself? Why did I choose this path?
I think Ed asked himself that question a lot.
Wow, and he's a horse that plays Link to the Past, so that's fair. Oh wow, hookers and Skullwoods.
Well, this has definitely turned out a lot more beneficial for Ty than this has turned out for Ed so far. Definitely Skullwoods was the right choice. At least so far.
I'm just having a heck of a time trying to get this sequence done. Finally gets the bomb
rewarded
jump.
with a mail upgrade, which is nice in this mode.
Is he trying to use bombs to guide himself here?
I think so.
Like he's got a oh wait, he's in a dark room. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we should think about clearing that dark room out. Bombos is probably a good call.
Not anymore, he's not.
Oh man, I was really hoping Ty might dip for the ped check there. Instead he gets Bombos number 2.
Does have the book, but I mean the downside here being that generally you're never gonna see anything hard required on PED.
Oh yeah, no, you're not. It would have been 100% a meme. That's why I wanted to see it.
The one thing that Ed has gotten out of Pod so far being Quake, that could be potentially a progressive item, or a progress item. Ty now got out of the Thieves drop down.
I didn't see what happened to Ty there. He's just dead. What did I miss? Had a little bit of lag, and then
I mean,
he just got faced by something in Lost Woods.
Yeah, I also missed it.
Looks like Ed is electing to go into Skullwoods himself. Yeah.
Be also hoping for some items in here. I mean, the plus side is he should still, well, he's still gonna get a couple things, but not without that fire rod and being able to get into the back. That was where the hook shot was, which was the one other big thing that you kind of want to get out of here.
Well, yeah, Ed just needs to go. He needs to go back into Village and get his glove for the best game. At least then he can have his Dark World access. Or his Light World access. Sorry, this is inverted. I knew that. Or he can just get every small key from Skullwoods.
And thank you, Telethar, for the raid. Party of 2, welcome on in. Welcome to the clown show. And
Yeah, we got a guy in a banana suit and a guy in a birthday suit racing right here. If it doesn't get clownier than this, I don't know. If it gets clownier than this, I don't know where that is. Oh, man. Ed, you need to tighten up, buddy.
Gary with one of the
much more of this, and he's gonna be glue. Yeah, that's our second hammer that we found.
Yeah, Gary holding on to a hammer.
This is a very lovely East Death Mountain here. Just spikes all over the place.
It's been relatively kind. I mean, we've not had any deaths yet, so we're nothing completely unavoidable. And a mitt and another hook shot.
Wow. Hookers in the woods, hookers in the mountains.
I mean,
seem to be
2 for the price of
spread
1
out
seems
pretty well.
good to me.
Except you needed one to get to the other. And that's the only issue there.
Sometimes you just need them to introduce you to their friends.
Wow, okay. This guy might have some stories. He just came back from Vegas.
And a Master Sword. Woo-goo. One of those fabled and lovely mail upgrades. And some rods.
Oh, fire and ice rod.
Yeah,
Ooh.
right next to each other.
All he needs now is a mirror. We could see a play for Trinex here. Uh-oh. Trace Spire, look away. I'm afraid that Mr. Ed's heading into Kakariko.
Trace Fire in shambles.
Wow, we'll see what we get here. Oh yes, Triforce Piece. That is that much closer to winning the game.
Sword upgrade. Cape's really nice. And a second mail upgrade. So far, not necessarily required, but a
There's
lot
Ty's
of
mirror.
nice. Yeah, and Ty picking up mirror.
You could have the dream, the one shot of the mountain here. I'm wondering. Oh no, Ty, please. Is he gonna go in the front?
Samaria there. Hey, you have a Samaria, you have a fire rod. That's 3 places to look at just the front there. So
Yeah, you put just gamble the big and small can laser bridge and. That's the route that I would suggest to start. All right, so we've got all kinds of fantastic dark or light world access on both sides here, which is good. But it's looking like Ed's probably gonna do.
Upgrade.
Ooh, that's really good. It's looking like Ed's gonna do the light world loop here. I'm guessing.
And Mirror Shield, the best item in the game.
Okay, never mind. Ed has officially lost. Rip missed Ed 2022, picking up the garbage shield. And in my mind, officially losing the race.
Whoops. Ty, please. Another sword
Oh, wow.
upgrade. But we're gonna skip it. Probably gonna find another
Yeah.
one later. Nice ice rod in the front of TR.
Hey, isn't that where the ice rod always is?
Usually. It's starting to go for that, and then remembering I already have all 3 medallions.
Look at this, the shovel check.
With a
Wow,
bow.
we dug up a bow. That's like that's surprising. Like shovel, just like pets, shovel seems like one of those things where it's like, you shouldn't have to do it, right? Not in this mode.
And there's a possibility that could be one of the, like, an actual requirement depending on where the others are, so that's a good pickup.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a good pickup there regardless. Some of the best execution you've ever seen from Ed? Oh, man. Ha 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 ha! Nothing like busting open a tablet to get another book. That's building a horse library here.
And Ed going, well, I skipped one progressive sword upgrade. I might as well get this one.
Yeah, that's a little bit quicker than how long it would take to go through race game. I must have just done the front of Turtle Rock and left. He picks up a tempered on his side.
And another mirror.
Oh, wow. It appears that Death Mountain is asking Tyvarius to reflect on his routing practices.
I mean, that kind of reflection seems to be in vain.
What do you mean? He's been doing well, I think.
It's another really bad joke, home. It's okay. Good use of that cape. And Ty with the mirror shield. This is why
wow, he actually turns off the cape. Oh my gosh.
See, this is why this mode is so good, because you have such a good probability of getting the mirror shield.
This is the only reason why I couldn't bring myself to play in this tournament, because I'd have to do this mode. And no, I'm gonna become a hard standard only player. Why would you want this garbage shield?
Because it saves you magic on Laser Bridge.
You got quarter magic. He can run that cape for the entire Aga 1 fight with quarter magic. He's fine.
Yeah, but that's just wasteful. Ed with a hook shot. Desert Ledge.
But like I said, the quick trip into... If he'd just dipped into Laser Bridge to start, he'd have saved himself a little bit of time.
And blind in the back of TR.
I think Ty is going to grab that wall in the back to save himself the magic, but
yeah, just like he
doesn't
turned
really
off
need to.
The cape to use the mirror
He doesn't
shield
really need to
save
with quarter.
himself
Oh,
the magic.
okay. All right.
Another ice rod.
Did we just find 3 ice rods? Is that our third one?
It's at least 2 that were in TR. I didn't catch the
Yeah,
third.
I think there were 2 in TR, but there was 1 in Paradox Cave. Wow.
Game really needs to chill out. Yeah, Animus, in Ludicrous / Invertacris, you can get quarter magic if you find another half magic.
As I understand it, and I may be wrong about this, but as I understand it, quarter magic was an item that was originally coded into the game, but then never made active.
That is my understanding, is it is an originally coded part of the game. It just was, there was no way to get it. And French vanilla-ish glove. Oh, Ty, why you do this?
Look, Ty's a smart person. He knows that there's nothing of value in the big chest
There's
or in that
only
basement.
value in that basement.
No, zero value. Although he has to not screw this up, which is kind of hard sometimes.
With the BMOs?
With
Yeah,
the-
absolutely. Oh, and gets it. Good job.
Yeah. Much easier to do it with the hook speed or spin speed setup versus trying to bomb your way in with the BMOS there. That's just a nightmare. Ty doing the right thing, releasing the bee to pocket a fairy, because he knows what's important to have in your bottles here.
Yeah, bees.
No, he got rid of the bee. I'd like to point out he got rid of the bee. Rightfully so. Hopefully Crystal's not out there. Crystal, cover your ears. He got rid of the bee, rightfully so. Find another moth in the Tower of Hera.
Unbelievable.
What do you mean? This makes sense. Moths usually fly around places that are trash, and here we are. We find one in the Tower of Hera. A place that's trash. Ty's routing, though, has been serving him well. He's just blazing through here. That's his 4th dungeon done, and he's probably just going to dip right into Aga 1 here and get his 5th dungeon done. Can't turn me down. I'm at 69%. Nice.
Alright, and Mr. Ed gonna go also get another hammer from Gary.
Yeah, it's normally you'd like to see that hammer from the old man. Yeah, I forgot Ty doesn't have the lamp.
Yeah, of all the things to not find yet, lamp's an interesting one.
I think Ed got his in... I think he got his in the desert area or before it.
Oh, 3 Lionels in here.
That's fun.
How rude.
He's only got to actually deal with one of them, but...
That's assuming there's not more.
Ed making his way into Stick Cave here.
Getting a whole lot of nothing out of those. But finding his fire and ice rod side by side.
I seems to be having trouble with some kind of navigation here. Oh, he might be in the...
There he is. Having a struggle for sure. Oh, finally through.
Okay. So now he's in the room you can fall in. This is tricky because you got to find the torch. It's easy to take a dip, and he's got these helmets that aren't... This helmet that's not cooperating.
That's alright.
There
With
we
all
go.
that magic, you can just sit there and spam fire rod until it works. And get
Exactly.
sniped by that spike.
That was an extremely rude spike. That's a terrible place for that. Holy cow. Ed with a very nice hair pot also.
And Ty says, nope.
Again, another example of just using your tools effectively in Enemizer. None of that stuff is hard to kill, but the Helmosaurs can be annoying. and then the Hinox, you got to swipe a few times or bomb. It's basically no time lost by using a bombos there.
A lot of Hinoxes.
Yeah.
And the Jazz Hands trying to come in at the last second.
This is like the mullets of dungeons. The business in the front with the Lionels and the party in the back with the Hinoxes. Like this is crazy.
I appreciate you looking for hearts, but buddy, you got a cape and enough magic to last you to walk from top of Death Mountain to the village. Like,
He's also got a fairy in a bottle, but he doesn't want to use it, I'm sure.
and also making great use of that mirror shield to block these lasers.
Aww.
Look
The
at
only
it.
good thing
Oh,
about
lovely.
getting that shield is that you don't have to get it multiple times. It just turns into green 20s afterwards.
You know,
What a
I've
stupid
asked
item.
for that to be changed for future versions.
It doesn't need to be changed. It's fine just the way it is.
In fact, I think in this mode, all shields should just be mirror shields. Let's just get it out of the way so that you can keep picking it up. Maybe even starting mirror shield, just so that you're that much safer.
Okay, no, you're getting out of hand. Stop it. Oh, so Tyvarius experiencing the dream here. No blue balls from Aga.
Yeah, really just one of the best parts of this mode. Yeah, Doc, invertacrismizer, no blue balls. Guaranteed. If you didn't remember. And Ed finding that second ice rod in the back of TR and picking up the crystal. Yeah. Look at the Aga. He's always broken.
Yeah, Beer bringing up a good point. A good point here. The true meme mode at the true meme move at this point would just be to go Ice Palace.
Yeah, and look for your flippers.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Mike do that before in ludicrous speed. Fake flipper into ice to get flippers.
I mean, this is basically what this is. It's got ludicrous speed as part of it, so. This will be when it gets really interesting, seeing what they decide to do here.
Ty picking up silvers.
Wow, that was the equivalent of getting blue balled by Saha. 2 blue items, but not the flippers that you would have hoped for.
Or even a flute would be nice. Alright, Scam Monkey, let's go. Oh, there's a Patrick Star down there. I think you are well familiar with the shenanigans that can happen to Kiki with one of those around.
Yeah.
And Ed picking up silvers.
So we got bows all over the place. That shovel check was definitely not necessary.
I don't know. I dig it.
Ha 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 ha. Ha.
I gotta give Vix reasons to use his emotes.
Yeah, Vix, my one goal during the multi-world tournament this year is to try and make that happen again. See if we can get another Kiki eaten. Greedy monkey definitely deserves it, that's for sure.
So that you can stand there and not move and have to
Yeah.
hard reset.
Yeah, but I get to laugh at Kiki, so it's worth it. Alright. That should be able to make up a good chunk of time here in this castle tower, having the lamp.
Yeah, it definitely makes that quicker. Especially avoiding those Lionels.
Haunt the monkey. If only I could. If only it worked that way. And high roll monkey taunt you though.
Frogson has done nothing wrong to deserve taunting.
Well, that's okay. He can continue to think that. League season is coming soon. Well, so Ty picks up his big key. I wonder if he'll just make the play to the back of pod here. Or he's...
We still
he's trying to find his camera.
Yeah, we still have that fire rod, which is definitely a help. And with bomb posts, like, it makes clearing the turtle room a lot easier, too. Because usually there's nothing that's actually invulnerable in there, unlike when it's vanilla and there are actual turtles in there.
Gonna see one horse kill one Aghanim. 6-ball dream, as it were. See how Ty does in this dark room.
Yeah, he's just going for it. Oh no, there's the bombos. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he popped bombos there. You can barely see the flame. Oh, he missed the lever. Okay, the lever revealed itself.
It's just having a grand old time in this fight.
Yeah, so he can just launch fire rod like it doesn't matter. So much.
Hello, Viddy.
What a plays for Viddy. "11 arrows later, and no more Viddy. 10 arrows, I can count.
Rock. What a jerk. And some drug powder for Ty. Another dose. Rude dead rock. Speaking of
Oh,
drugs,
good! A mushroom. There we go. Another check that probably doesn't turn up anything, but I bet Ed goes and does it.
As
I
he
bet he goes and does it right away.
Ed is a meme machine.
That is true. See where Ty heads here. In the meantime, I wonder if he'll... Oh, no, he's going to go into Eastern. That's right. I forgot he still has to do that. I'm really curious to see if he makes the play to Ice Palace after this.
I feel like one of them should at this point.
Well, Ed's still got to go back and do Pod, plus he has to do Eastern also. And he has Skull Woods a little deficient as well, like...
Yeah, I had
Ty's mountain play. Yeah, Ty's mountain play really did him a lot in this race this far. Like, it's looking pretty good for him.
Not just the mountain play, the fact that he was able to get through the back of Thieves and get that fire rod in the first place really just affected his total routing, which has helped him out a lot.
Oh, Ty picking up one of his Triforce pieces. He's that much closer to saving Hyrule. At this point, it's going to be a whole lot of green 20s going on, though, between both. They're definitely at that point.
Yeah, the only thing we're really missing on either side. At this point, it's just the flippers and flute, but everything else, like all progressives, are pretty much maxed out. Ty's got one more sword that he can find, but aside from that, and pretty much giving each other high fives in Eastern Palace here.
Yeah, Ty being Squirtle here is apparently trying to lead the horse to water. Question is, will they get to drink? Will they find the flippers in here and send them into the water areas? What do you mean? You can see where you are because of all that fire.
So many fire snakes in Eastern. Fire snakes and fire bars. What in the world?
I mean, we had this in Thieves Town also, right? Like, Atomizer. And this is invertacrismizer mode, and I saw this with the last race that I covered too. It's just putting fire in funny places.
Alright, big chest, what you got for us? A map.
Time differential between these two in this dungeon has seemed to be pretty consistent, but Ed will probably make up a little bit of time here.
Yeah, he's
Ty's
still...
smartly just bombusing everything.
Yep. He's still got quite a bit of time to make up. Ed does, just because of the dips and the deaths from early.
Oh yeah, I'm just thinking this dungeon in particular.
Yeah.
With how they've been going. I heard there was a plan to try to turn those cannonballs into chickens at some point.
Lovely.
Have chickens spit out of all the openings. Wow, this room looks fun.
Taking good advantage of the sword beam. Hey,
Yeah.
is this
Oh,
even
wow.
randomized?
Are we sure this is boss shuffle here? Like, we had a vanilla moth in Skullwoods, and now we've got the vanilla Armos in Eastern Palace. That's what, 7 dungeons down for Ty now, I think? Yeah.
Definitely scooting along. Alright, Ty, what's your plan now?
Like he wants to start back at his house. That makes sense. I want to assume he's going into Desert and Mire now, since he can.
Yeah, that would be my guess. Still want to see the flipperless ice play though.
Yeah. I mean, considering they haven't found any flippers yet, it becomes more and more likely that we have at least one flipper that's actually locked by flippers. So at one point, if you just want to take a little gamble, I think it's a worthwhile gamble.
Oh man, I don't know if anybody has Ty open, but you got a pretty big laugh out of that book. Ty.
Who's going to be sad about hidden literacy, really? So yeah, Ty making the The desert play first. The mire play after. I'm not sure where Ed might go from here. Maybe we'll see Ed make the Ice Palace play. Exactly, Wombat. What's better than knowledge? More knowledge. That's why getting books leads to more books. Reading leads to more reading. This is how it should be. Ahead Ty Cam. Are you working on that, Tank?
I literally am right now, yes.
All right. Can we also get Ed Cam? Just, you know,
Yeah,
picture of a horse.
Well, Ed has a lovely picture of him and his cat on his stream, so I can add.
Yeah, I saw that. I go in for the full clear and desert here. I don't know why he's doing this. He should know that it's more likely that there's flippers in Juicetown because, you know, it's Juicetown. Something I hadn't considered though, and I'm also realizing that I don't think we've seen what it is to get into mire, but Ty really doesn't have ether here, so he could be in a little trouble. There's a world in which he might be having an issue here. Ed not gonna let us see as he runs into Mire Shed.
There you go, friends.
There we go. Oh, for a second I was gonna say, wow, you got two still pictures, because Ty was like not moving. Oh my gosh, it's ether to get into mire.
Oh boy.
That has changed the game slightly.
Where did Ed get ether?
I don't remember.
Yeah, because I missed it. Yeah, maybe Cac.
Did he get it from Uncle? It could have been Kakariko. It could have been Uncle. I don't remember. But yeah, Ty's going to be having a sad day here shortly.
Could
I'm
give
pretty
Ed
sure there was
some time to catch up, which is really nice because he needs it. Hello, Chain Chomp.
Somewhere in CAC would make sense.
Or Forest.
I know that. I'm pretty sure that Ty did Lost Woods.
Yeah, I think that was Quake. I don't think that was Ether. CAC adjacent, yeah.
I mean, CAC proper sounds right, actually, the more I think about it.
And helmet goes down.
Oh, we got another glove. That's right. That French vanilla glove you were talking about.
Yeah. Look at that rude ass crystal roller over there.
Alright, well. Here we go. We're about to see sadness for Ty. Oh, I think he just saw it. Oh no.
Yeah.
He's He's going to hope for one of the 4 keys to be under the doorstep, but he's going to be sorely disappointed.
But another quarter magic for his troubles.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he can't parlay that into 8th magic.
Not with that attitude.
Now it's decision time on Ty's side. What's he gonna do? Okay, Ed, I hope this cutscene chest provides you with some flippers. I really do. It's definitely worth the wait. Show us the juice.
Swag
Oh, it's a bug net.
And living dangerously with only that part of a heart, getting lucky and finding an anti-fairy to pop a fairy out of. Had that cape ready and everything. He's still gonna need something for this very rude crystal roller.
That would not have been fun to get to.
No, not at all.
That is, perhaps he's been counting the items. I definitely haven't been, but he's forsaking the big chest. Heading to the boss here.
I mean, the chances of it being something that you have already gotten pretty high. So even if you're not counting items, you could probably ignore it and hope for the best.
I feel like we're starting to get to the point where you have to think about, well, how many checks do I have left? Only needs... You know it can't be in 2 of the dungeons. There's not much left in Skullwoods for him to check.
Yeah, genuinely surprised we haven't seen a pair of flippers or a flute yet. And Ty...
Oh,
should've just
yeah,
picked
there
up
it was,
his
yep.
Ether, yep.
So now, does he check the rest of CAC and give back all that time, or does he bolt from Meyer?
I mean, you're still missing... He hasn't gotten the lamp yet, and he's still missing flips. So I think you spend the time to clear it out, because you just don't know what you're missing. Well, you know
That
what
lamp's
you're
only a
missing, where.
suggestion. Yeah, no, with 1 item and all the density here, I did right. This is the right play to continue to keep going. It's just...
Commentator privilege to know it isn't the choice.
Yeah. Yeah, that thing, what he said. No, Meyer has not been very juicy.
Meyer's never
In fact,
juicy.
it's been ice cold. Ah, whoa, slow down. Slow down.
Take a page from Krista's book. If it is juice, it's like off-brand, store
Tang.
brand.
You're calling it Tang?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm picking up that green pendant. Maybe Saha has something blue for us.
I don't think we found all Arcanes of Burna, so... I still don't think we've seen that mushroom check either from
Either one of
from
them.
Ed.
Or, yeah, I mean, I guess Ty hasn't picked his up, but yeah, no mushroom check yet. It would be pretty funny if that was the flippers.
I also apparently just skipping Smith Chain here.
Oh, another ether that was in K45. Are we gonna see the meme become realized? Are we gonna see the fake flipper into ice?
No, but we are going to see Mini Moldorm Cave, the casual 57-minute deck of cave.
Yeah, you know. Didn't need it. Yeah, there's another mirror. And another hook shot.
Nice.
And there's
Wow.
third hammer, and I think our third bombos.
Wow. Move over, Hype Cave. There's a new Hype Cave. Unfortunately, we have all those items already, but...
Rude.
Oh.
Oh, Rude.
Look at all these crystal rollers.
Oh, he's gonna do it.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's making the play. Eventually, he's making the play. It's
nice.
it's impressive enough that horses know how to swim, but to fake swim, like
Oh, and
I
this
don't even
is
know what to say about that.
this is
Oh,
the danger
no!
in and of itself.
Yeah, no. Ed got clipped by a tentacle bag.
Yeah, and not only that, there was the spike that was right next to the entrance too. So if you weren't careful, you were gonna get hit one way or the other. Ty.
Fear
Ty, please.
that fight emote is fantastic. I was like, I bombos, but what about second bombos? Oh, we're not gonna get second bombos. Aw.
I mean, the mini helmets are the biggest annoyance. The Moldorms not so much. Is this a pet check or a blind pet food? No. No.
You know, I'm thinking about it. I'm a little surprised that Ed decided to go the route that he did with the fake Flipper Dice Palace, and why he didn't just do it from the light world and then mirror back. Like, he chose the hard way to do that.
I happen to be really careful here.
Oh,
There it
okay.
goes.
Thought he was going to take it in the back from the anti-fairy again.
He almost did.
So now just backtracking from both racers here, doing what the others already did. Both going to find nothing but disappointment in their respective dungeons and the boss death that they need.
Well, I mean, when you step foot in the misery mire, you already expect disappointment.
You absolutely do not. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know why you got to make it personal against one dungeon. Listen.
It has misery in the name.
So that's just because Miyamoto, whoever named it that, like, it's not actually a miserable place. They were going for the alliteration, like Thieves Town.
I'm pretty miserable this seed.
And Tower of Trash. You know, alliteration. That's right, Vix. There was a roller in Lake Hylia in the Light World that might have been a bit difficult to get around.
This is going to be difficult to get around either way. This is a rough set of enemies right there to try and fake Clipper.
I can't quite read lips, but I think Ty had some sort of comment for that cutscene chest in Mire. I think he said something like oh, shucksy doodles. I knew you usually have the jokes, but not this time. It's okay. I forgive you.
I don't think he said that at all, but you know, you're free to believe what you want.
Ty almost got blasted huge. Wow, he refuses. He refuses to use the safeties. He has about 3/8 of that quarter magic, which is enough to run the Cane of Burna for probably like 2 or 3 rooms. Can't decide if he's not he's not forsaking the chests over here. Well, this could be interesting. This is new information for us. Small key.
We need olive.
Oh, crystal
and
Y.
Another mitt.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We found a lot of gloves.
Ty's running out of
gloves.
hands for all these gloves.
Yeah, I mean...
Upper Cave, just $20 as well.
This is an old Dave Chappelle skit. I wish I had more hands. So I could put on all these gloves. That's how it goes, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Take your word for it.
I'm not sure what Ty's going for here. I thought he might be going for the dash and hook strat. No, whatever he did there worked perfectly for him. Now he can just burn it for days. Wow, there's a Gibdo there. That's rude.
Look, another mushroom.
Oh, wow. At what point is Ed gonna say okay?
Probably right now. I mean, he's already up here. See if he wants to run all the way over, but...
20 rupees in Graveyard Ledge.
Drop down. Back of the castle.
Yeah, I don't think we've done any of the Light World checks over here. We got the
Hardly nothing. Wow.
the two bonk places. Yeah.
Thing dead rocks. $20. $20. And the key.
Oh, small key.
Alright, flippers, where are you hiding?
There's, again, 4 of these flippers out there. Apparently we can't find one.
Oh, there's Samaria.
And Ed has decided that he's going to go somewhere else now, I guess. I guess he's going to do the front. That makes sense. Nope. Never mind.
I mean... yeah. Okay. I'm gonna say, there's a possibility, it was starting to look like, if Swamp wasn't a crystal, we could have had flippers in GT.
Alright, Ed deciding he's gonna try and do a splash delete from the northern part of the mountain. I like, or the lake. I like this.
I don't think he can get it from that shot though, because his arrows disappeared off the screen.
So he's gonna go to the other ramp and do it, which is the only place I've done it from. Oh no, never mind.
Gonna run all the way down. Not even gonna bother. Ty, meanwhile, is checking dam.
And just a wee little high five here for the runners as they're on the same screen for a brief moment. Oh, you can definitely get around that crystal. The chain chomp, though, is another issue.
The chain chomp is questionable. Yeah.
This is definitely doable. This can be done, but Ed electing to go the other way. Did he ever check Ice Rod Cave?
He just swims to the... If he just swims to the tile there, he could jump up.
He's got to get to... Yeah, okay.
The rest of that shallow water, you could have walked it. All he had to do was step on one of those tiles and he would have been fine.
Gonna grab some arrows here. I'm guessing.
Yeah. I living dangerously.
But he did it. He's fine.
All right.
What is he?
Go mode
okay.
flippers in ice. You're gonna see the dream realized.
Ty having some issues with his mirroring here. And here we go. One person in a blue ice palace, one person in a weird pink ice palace.
And Ed again, being like, I'm not fooling with this.
And smart though.
For,
Trying to hunt down all those shadows can be annoying.
For an equestrian individual, he sure doesn't horse around. Yo, Gilgamesh. Thank you for the raid party of 4. Welcome in.
Oh no! That just took an unfortunate beating in what is usually the pen gator room.
Yeah.
And looking back on it, I just realized that we are all tied up here.
Yeah, we've definitely got a race on our hands.
Yes, they are neck in neck now in Ice Palace. It's a search for the flippers.
I was like, please, fairy, please.
It'd be interesting to see if he tries to replace the fairy here. Nope.
Ed taking the safer route of just popping Perna in there now.
Yeah, like these guys have so much magic available to them.
All the safety, all the magic. Might as well take full-on use of it. Oh, we got a mirror.
Squirtle squeezes through. I
blue
think that's our
thing we
4th
wanted.
mirror now. Like Squirtle had a little bit better time squeezing through the wall than the horse does. Ed, please. There we go. No, Crystal, we cannot do that. That's not a mode that exists in the tournament. Hey, there's that fire rod that I said was going to be It's going to be really, if we don't find the flippers here, it's going to be really interesting what each runner decides to do at this point, because they've got stuff kind of all over the place in different places, though.
Great.
So, yeah, I was thinking of it as like Barbie Palace. It's like Barbie's Palace here, and ties in, I don't know, Ken's Palace.
Ed getting a little bit of a catch-up here, I think, because Ty failed when he tried to do the bomb jump. So, could be enough, depending on what we find here.
Yeah, these two have just been trading places all through this place.
Oh, triangle!
That is 3 pieces of the Triforce that have been found by Mr. Ed. Should now be the hero of Hyrule. For Ty, this will be his 2nd. He is not happy about the flippers, claiming that there should be 4 of them, I think. But I think he also said that this game is just, it's fun, because he has to look for 1 of 4 flippers. I think that's what he said.
Yeah. I'm quite sure that's what he said. I'm sure it was something relating to this game and did include the letters F and U. And 5 inches ahead, minorly.
Again, yeah, they're just trading places. Oh, and we've got a Trinex! Oh, what a lovely place for that. Fortunately, both our runners are on the gold sword. They're not going to have to worry about running out of magic. because man, this would be a terrible place to have to reset because you're out of magic.
I think they also have a green goo as well.
That's possible.
I think it got picked up earlier.
Horse has gone wild. Look out.
Ed putting on a show. Oh, and no go mode flipper out of Ice Palace.
Hey, does anyone remember when I said we could do a ped check?
Yeah.
Does anyone remember that?
Well, we've got Mushroom. Still hasn't been checked. Ped hasn't been looked at. I mean, theoretically, it would be an out of logic set of flippers, but you know.
Can I get an admin to deal with the unruly people in chat, please? It's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Talking to you, Goron. By the way, no, Wombat, we do not know what's on Pet. I don't think either runner has checked it, so that would be a very comical place for flippers. I don't think we've had a green pendant turn in either.
Oh, there they are.
There they are.
Both runners thinking the same thing, but Ed getting there quicker.
And Ty hasn't checked Uncle, so he's going to do the Uncle dip before he goes in. Ed's going to have just a little bit of an advantage heading in. Of course, it would be the first chest in the front of Escape. Because why wouldn't flippers be there?
All the places to not have checked and to find that. That was one of them.
Ty finding that mushroom and probably an interesting thought came to mind for him, but he's going to fortunately go into of Escape and get his flippers. This is so close. This could come down to a little bit of execution and some point.
Yeah.
So Ty hit his go mode at what, 1:15:30, I think, and Mistaed was just a minute and a half before that. I didn't quite see the exact time, but we are on the way.
It's gonna be a close one, probably within just a minute or two of each other.
Oh, Ty, no, Ty, please. Non-inverted muscle memory hurts sometimes.
You can see him beating himself up a little bit.
Yeah. What do you mean? What are you talking about, Beer? His execution has been excellent. The whole game.
I can mute you.
I don't know what you're talking about. Doc makes a good point. He's doing pretty good for a horse. I mean, at this point, it's a race, and if there's anything that horses well besides it's run. As Ed runs into the back of Skullwoods here.
And it's fine. They already have the most important item in the game that they could ever want anyway. The only gold thing that counts.
No one cares about this stupid shield. That was 30 minutes ago. Get over it. Well, Vix, you just bet on the wrong horses. That's unfortunately what we call a personal problem.
Can we all chip in to buy a racehorse called Hera Basement?
Oh gosh, never mind. I won't say anything. I don't want PETA after me. One more blue cane to give. Off of Helma.
It's fine.
King Helma.
We could call it the Mirror Shield. Either way. I mean, a name like that horse would be destined to win.
My comments don't change. So Ed save and quitting from the Dark World, and I think he meant to save and quit from the Light World to get back to the top of Hyrule Castle. And yep, he's going to fix that mistake now. So Ty, if Ty is smart, he can make up a little bit of time. With Aga 1 dead, a save and quit from the Light World puts them right up there so they can get into GT. There we go. Again, that's like that non-inverted muscle memory.
Right, here we go.
So it stung them both.
See how nice GT is to us today. I was really kind of hoping that the first chest they opened in GT was just a pair of flippers.
Oh, that would have been rude. I mean, I was hoping we'd had flippers on Helmasaur. We got some people here making a guess on where the big key. Wombat thinks it'll be check 11. 3 down and no key yet.
4 bombos. Another moon pearl. That's cute.
Nice, Merle.
More flippers!
Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh, to be a fly in the mane of Mr. Ed right now, hearing him react to these flippers. So yeah, let's see. Okay, I was wondering if we might see some routing divers and have Ty maybe just go full right, but he could be doing DM strats here too. See if he preps that mirror. I don't see it coming. Nope. Tyvarius37, that is not a very appropriate gesture for your camera. He did not react well to those flips.
He reacted exactly as he probably should have.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but... Check 11 is a fire rod.
Sneaking up on Ed.
Yeah, I mean he's playing a little tighter here, a little better here thus far.
Yeah, really, it came down to the fact that Ed didn't have to go check Uncle because he did it before and called up and found those flippers that much quicker after they both kind of caught up to each other in Swamp.
Yeah, but then he had the save and quit snafu. He went to Hope Room first, and Ty didn't. But there we go. On Bob's chest, we find our big key. Now the real fun begins. It's climb time. Oh, I was worried for a second there. Ty had a mirror out. I thought he would just dip out and go right. Ty now, with the big key in hand, begins his climb. Trying to get a gauge of how far behind he is at this point. I believe Ed got into the big key room at 122, or the big key door room at 122.57, so it's probably going to be about a minute here. Depending on how quickly he gets through this. 123.42, so yeah, just under a minute. Man, this is close.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one for sure. It's been a good run all in all. I mean, it's been unfortunate that some of the placements, but all you know, been a pretty interesting
the flippers
thing to watch.
Yeah, the flippers were only really the bad thing. Like, I liked how they were, able to kind of do different things, and Ty got unlucky with the ethers, and you know, Ed kind of got back into it. Not that he was necessarily behind, but Ty had more crystals on him. Seemed to be in a better position. That ether made a huge difference. 24:30, down go the Armos Knights. Ed just throwing some Mario blocks into the ether here, along with himself. Careful. Come on, you do not want a death here, please. Five 28, so yeah, still just about a minute behind, right in that kind of 50 mark.
Yeah.
At this point, like, every room counts for these guys. It's crazy. Oh wow, I didn't see that bridge room when Ed went through it. That was rude.
I mean, somewhat rude, but at least no spikes in torch room.
So I completely missed this, but apparently Ed did that climb with... He didn't have any small keys when he did the climb.
Oh, did he get bailed out?
There were 2 keys in Mini Helmer room.
Bailed out is
I didn't see that at all. But oh wait, no, maybe there weren't. I thought there were 2 keys. There was 1 key. All right, I saw it wrong. But yes, he got bailed out then. No, that's not right, because if there's only 1 key. Never mind, he was good. I missed it because he had it. That's why. I'm delirious apparently from a long day.
Sounds about right. I mean, you'd have to be delirious to think that Mirror Shield is a bad item.
Oh my gosh, I'm... Look, I'm not here to talk about, oh my gosh, Ty, please.
Ty, please.
I'm not here to talk about logic. I'm here to call what I see. That's all I can do at this point. That's all I've got the brain left for. And Mr. Ed will be dropping into Ganon at 127. clean first two phases from Ed there. High dropping into Ganon, what looks like going to be 128.48, 46. So, again, just about 50 seconds behind.
Oh, good hit from Ed, and
Very nice.
with that, GG's in chat for Ed, as Ed finishes with an official racetime.gg time of 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Fantastic job from Ed there. If you ask Homemade Beer, apparently not the cleanest race run, but did what he needed to do, and that's all that matters. And Ty gonna see here that he got sniped. He's not gonna be happy about it.
And GG's in chat for Tyvarius37. A official racetime.gg time of 1 hour, 30 minutes. Beat out by a whole 48 seconds.
Wow, 130 flat from Tyvarius. That's as good as it gets. That is as good as it gets.
And what a good race that was, though.
These two are both lamenting over their in the front of Escape. Are they gonna come talk to us? You gonna invite them in?
I don't know if they want to come talk to us just yet, or if they want to save that for after game 2.
Oh, that's right. They're playing again. Yeah,
doubleheader.
That's a thing. I forgot there's a doubleheader happening. I'm only doing the first leg of it. I'm not the Iron Man here like you.
If I'm invited or not, I have to stop in. Flippers are stupid.
Oh,
Flippers are stupid. Ty gave a very appropriate hand gesture to that pair of flippers in GT.
Yeah, I did too. Don't worry, I did too. Oh my god. And then,
you must have
and then
been
the
hiding
first
it behind
go
your
round,
cat.
and I'm... What's that?
Leg of it. I said you must have been hiding it behind your cat.
I think so. I was told by Mindium. He just made a quick mention on my chat, and then he probably went back to watch this. I heard that you guys were featuring my recently passed away cat Blazer, which thank you very much. And I will say this much: he's far more entertaining and a hell of a lot better looking than I am. So,
Well, if we were gonna have a tie cam, it seemed appropriate to have yours up there too. And with such a beautiful cat, you can't really pass it up.
oh, I appreciate that, and he definitely appreciates it. He always waited on the side of the bed as I play rando and everything. And the moment that I'm done, win, lose or draw, he didn't give a crap. He just wanted to get petted and be around me. So he was a wonderful pet and a great companion, and couldn't have asked for a better pet. Except I got one more. I got Hemi, who runs the place now.
I
So,
can
with him-
I can send you my cat. She feels it appropriate to nut shot me at 3 in the morning.
that kind of sounds well, my cats don't nut shot me. But you probably would understand this, or any cat owner would understand this. I'm a single guy living by myself. I have a nice queen size bed, and well, it's never big enough. Um, they always occupy the entire space, and here I am getting the most uncomfortable sleep possible. Um, but it's to me, it's aggravating sometimes, but you know what? It's worthwhile.
For
You're
sure.
aggravating sometimes, Ed.
I am aggravated.
Why weren't you done 20 minutes ago?
20 minutes ago. I'm telling you right now, thank God I muted my stream because I just kept looking and I'm just like, why the bleepity bleep 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 is he not done? And it's what really is funny is the fact that we were both looking for flippers. I mean, I'll put it this way: I was 100% convinced that a set of flippers was going to be a nice palace.
Oh,
And
yeah,
my
you both
shock
made that
was-
play.
Yep. Oh, I was too, and I'm like, the only things I'm not going back to do is the rest of Pod and the rest of Turtle Rock. I'm like, nope, those are dead to me. I don't care. I'll let Ed finish if that's where the flippers are.
Hey,
Because
did you find a flute?
Nope, I didn't find a flute. I didn't find the lamp, and I didn't find a mushroom until the very end too.
You never found a lamp? You want to know where a lamp is?
Sure.
Dark Maze and Pod.
Yeah. Well, I did
There's one on Ped, for those of you that just saw that.
I did see
That's
that.
awesome.
Yeah. And I was, to be honest, I was actually really waiting for a tie to finish. And if that was the case, I was just going to YOLO Ped for the fun of it.
So my plan was actually to do Front of Escape 2 Ped, and then we got the flippers, and I'm like, all right, later.
Yeah. It was. I was so flustered by the time that I got out of Swamp. I saved and quit. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to start right in the front. And then I realized I never took the mirror portal to be able to be back in the light world.
Oh, yep.
And then I had a nice momentary pause of, what did I just do?
I definitely was in the dark world going to Swamp. Or no, I was in the light world, mirrored in front of Swamp, and I was like, I never drained the dam. Like, just one of those dumb moments.
Oh, I was waiting for flippers to be either inside the dam or in the drain dam section. Yeah, that's why I started, doing some other fun checks along the way. Once I got those flippers, and I'm just like, all
Gotcha.
right, where are they? Because I tried, not to say that I actually had a plan, but basically my plan was I'm just gonna randomly skip stuff that just does not feel like it's worthwhile, and then ultimately I did most of that stuff. And then at that point, then it's just like, oh my
The
god.
one thing that you didn't do is you eventually got too frustrated to finish out, I think, the back of Thieves Town, which is where Ty picked up a fire rod, and that really helped his early game routing quite a bit.
Yep.
He was ahead of you for a good amount of time.
Ty was looking really good, and if he'd have just picked up an ether along the way, this could have been a different story. Possibly just 1 minute the other way.
Well, and then I found ether. I'm like, oh, cool. There's our ether, and then immediately found another one in K45.
Yeah, gotta love it. Also, for everybody watching, if anybody wants a sneak peek of what Tyvarius' stream will look like on September 2nd, I have added a lovely frame to your camera.
Oh, God. Wait, my camera was showing the whole time? I made lewd gestures.
Yep, we know.
Yeah, we saw what you did to those flippers. Yeah, we saw.
I flipped the flippers. What do you expect?
Oh, that's too
damn
funny.
it, Tank.
It's beautiful.
It's okay. Your mouth was very animated, and I was to make it clear. They were all nice words, I promise.
Most of them were. Other than why the F isn't Ed done? I thought he was good at this game.
Oh.
What are you thinking? I'm terrible. You do realize the only reason why I won, and you know the reason why, is because supposedly I am really good at Jedi mind tricks.
You complained the whole
I
time.
Figured, and hell yeah, absolutely. So the way I saw it was I said, well, if I'm not going to find the flippers, neither are you. And if you did find the flippers, I was going to make sure that the game glitched out on you so that when you tried going into Swamp or doing anything flipper related, it was never going to work.
So I'll say this, Ed, and anyone else who was watching my AGA 1 fight. Did anyone notice anything funny about my AGA 1 fight? Also, I beat you in collection rate, Ed.
No knockback?
No knockback on phase 1.
Yeah, that was really weird. We were talking about it a little bit.
And then, of course, the book on Bombos tablet made me laugh.
Yeah. Wait, in collection rate, I beat you.
No, Dude, you're a golfer, Ed. How is 139 better than 135?
No. This is like bowling. I just bowled a 139 to your 135.
That actually sounds like me bowling. So,
Well, there you go.
all right. Should we roll the next?
Yeah,
Horrible.
I'm gonna I gotta get a lot more beer for this. Let me tell you.
What are you drinking this evening, Ty?
It is a local IPA. It's called Clearly Obscure. It is a New England style double IPA, and it only comes in crowlers. Try and get it in the banana frame here. So, I will also say, for the entertainment of our friends on the internet here, I don't have a second monitor right now because my computer's on the fritz, so entrance mode is going to be fun.
Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna be a blast for you.
We'll make it fun.
Just find all the pieces as fast as possible, and I'll probably bunny. I'll put it this way: first one to find the moon pearl loses.
If you find the moon pearl and you buy it or pick it up if it's visible, that makes you the real loser.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I could not agree more.
Ty, this entrance mode will secretly be easy. Just once you go into an entrance and leave it, don't ever go back in. And then you don't have to worry about it.
Right? Off my list.
Yeah, make sure you save often. If you find Merle, you can hard reset.
Hey, by the way, taking a look at the restream, I'm actually very happy with the fact that you have Tyvarius on the left side and me on the right, because I and myself talked about this. We have a funny file name that actually works out perfectly with him being on the left side and me being on the right. So,
oh yeah,
look forward to that. So, oh yeah, yeah. It's I'll put it this way: it is not speed gaming appropriate. So thank God for the jank restream of AVIANART. So again, thank
no
you
need
guys
for
to that.
appropriateness here.
I did post the next race room, Ed, whenever you're ready, and then I'll let you roll because Sahabat hates me.
Send it to me, 2 Ps.
It's in the first race room.
This isn't even Sahaba. I used the again, thanks to Hi, I'm Cody. He actually set up the whole program to where you could just basically roll it. So again, the people that help run the tournament, that are part of the whole AVIANART experience, you guys are the true winners. Absolute genius.
You screwed up rolling the seed. Yeah. So we're off to a good start already.
You know, nothing says meme like that. So
yeah,
it's all right. Ed's supposed to roll this one anyway.
I got it. I'll take care of it. Well, I'm gonna do it like this though. Let me see. Oh my God, the IRS has just revoked tax exempt status of North Carolina NAACP. That's unacceptable. That was just a random headline on Google. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna roll this. I'm gonna sign off on this for now. So
same.
All right,
guys,
boys,
Master,
we'll see you.
thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit after race 2.
Hey, by the way, not to be nosy, who's the fortunate one to be joining on comms? Because Homewrecker has to play mystery.
Hey, look.
I will be joined
Moves
by
into a new home.
Gilgamesh.
Hey, Gilgamesh, nice.
Gil.
Yeah, see, this isn't about me not doing it. This is about giving other people the chance to come in and me. So
that is a very good point. You know what?
I
like that.
We already gave him the best of titles for his comms listing, so
yeah, I don't need to look at that anymore either.
All right,
but yeah, good race, guys. Appreciate it. Good luck in the next one.
Yeah, thank you guys very much, Master Tank and Homewrecker. Thank you very much for doing the comms, and Master Tank, I'll be thanking you after this. Hopefully, it's just as entertaining, and look forward to memeing it as hard as possible.
Can we somehow do True Pot Hunt faster than this garbage?
There is actually a chance. I mean, imagine, like, for me, and it's probably the same thing for you, imagine being in go mode well over an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Well over an hour. That's called memeing. So.
Heck yeah. All right, guys.
All right,
We'll
I'm
catch you
taking
soon.
off. You got it.
All right. Well, as we wrap up race number 1, we'll go ahead and let Homewrecker out of here. Gilgamesh, feel free to join at your leisure. But just a reminder to everybody, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, definitely make sure to give our runners a follow. Tyvarius is super entertaining, as is Mistaed. Just absolutely incredible streamers and players in general. So please go send them a follow. Also, don't forget to give a follow to my co-com here, Homewrecker. As much grief as we give him, he's actually just one of the best streamers and people you'll ever run across. So, just a good time all around. So, appreciate you joining me here for game 1.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the invite, and yeah, go give memes in game 2.
Yeah, we'll see if they hold true to that lack of Moon Pearl.
Oh well, I mean, they're drinking. I'm sure someone will. All right, good luck.
All right. Let me edit a few things while we're waiting on them. All right. Bring back up some sound for you. And
you hear me all right?
yeah, there we go. Welcome in. How's it going?
I'm doing. I mean, I don't know. I just got dumpstered in a cross keys match, but other than that, I'm doing okay.
That's generally cross keys for you. It's one of those situations where you either win by a lot or you lose by a lot.
Yeah.
All right, and for those of you who may be hearing this now, we have a lovely Titus Laugh MSU from Mr. Ed to listen to for this race.
Oh, I'm gonna mute this then. Hold on.
Can't ask for a memeier MSU for a memeier mode.
So I don't want to play favorites here, but I'm hoping Tyvarius wins this because Ed going 6-0 in the group would be a travesty.
Alright, and just to swing back around, because I didn't do this properly a second ago, I am joined now in the comm booth by Gilgamesh501. Welcome in.
Just Gilgamesh is good. Gilgamesh 501 is my father's name.
I do appreciate you signing up and coming and joining me for comms in this.
I love this mode. I'll watch this mode all day long. So.
Yeah, True Paw Hunt is absolutely a blast to watch. Personally, I find it more of a blast to watch when you change all of the Triforce pieces into mirror shields, but you know, that might just be me.
Well, we'll have to see. Maybe next year we can introduce true mirror shield hunt.
Well, so fun fact, if you load Cody's website and go to roll a seed, if you tell it it's a non-race seed, it actually has the option to let you change it.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
So keep
That's
that
fun.
in mind if you decide to practice and you want some extra fun. There's a couple of options in there. Alright, title should be updated now. I think everything should be good to go. Waiting on our racers to get ready. I think Mr. Ed was gonna go and get some more beer, but and some 10 out of 10 file names this evening.
I'm glad everyone's on the same page at least. It's very friendly.
Fantastic. Alright, and Ty is readied up. We're just waiting on Ed. Alright, and the countdown has begun. A little behind the race room in terms of the restream, but it'll pop up here in a second. We'll be going. All right, and we
Oh,
are...
Ty, almost forgetting this is his pot hunt.
Yeah. Just immediately almost forgetting. Think back up here. All right, so Ty going for the Link start. Ed going for the Sync start.
I like, in this mode, I think, like, I want to do Houlihan 10 times out of 10 to start, just because it's shop sanity and you're going to want money.
Yeah, absolutely. Though, Ty already finding GT.
Look at this, free money!
Yeah, get that money. I mean, a free rupee? What more could you ask for? I didn't actually see what that was, but...
I didn't catch that either, but I'm gonna assume it's not something that they're gonna go for.
Yeah. Most of that, probably not.
This is... okay.
Yeah, this is questionable.
That room's a little tough to navigate when you don't have any way to hit the switch.
And useless fairy over here. And Ed is going for that Houlihan. And a Dorito on the torch.
I mean, hey, Ty's winning 7-0 right now, so...
Yeah, that's one of the things that I kind of like about doing a Link House start in True Pot Hunt is instead of the 1 check that you get out of Sanctuary, you get the 4 here. So sometimes there's something that speeds you along or helps out right up front. But
I'm gonna try upstairs again. I still don't think he's gonna be able to do a whole lot here, but...
No.
yeah, okay.
Doesn't really have anything to hit the switch, and
No, unfortunately.
he doesn't have enough health to make it over to get the door open, so... And Ty heading towards Desert. Ed's gonna swing up to Hyrule Castle here and see what our drop down is. Ah. Uncle and Uncle.
Is this even randomized?
And Uncle holding on to a Dorito. 2 Doritos, actually. Ed remembering to get the pots in here, which...
Uh-oh, shield.
See, Ed's already off to a good start. You know, Ty may have more Doritos, but Ed was the first one to a shield.
That's right. He's only 2 away from the real prize.
I think you probably looking at heading into CAC at this point, Lost Woods and then CAC, unless you find just a connector that you're dying to take. But there's so many.
I can't imagine there's a connector that I'd want to take at this point, though.
Yeah, so many entrances to go through in CAC. Ooh, Ty finding.
Can't do anything there.
Them finding hair at the same time. Yeah, not much
Good one to
now.
note, though.
Yeah, but definitely a good one to know where it's at.
Ooh, $20 on the bush crabs is also pretty nice.
Yeah, bush crab giving out money today. And we found Ganon. Ty's about to have a bad day. Take the freebie bomb from the bonk rocks.
Yep.
Well, that is a shot.
Why would you spend money on that heart? Ed's gonna be 10 rupees short of something later, guaranteed.
Last piece, 200 rupees, sitting in a shop right in front of him, and he has to go search for another one because he only has 190. Yep. Brewer's House giving us a little bit of love and a Dorito. Okay. Ty giving us a better shot of that, and yeah.
Definitely
just
not.
A heart refill.
Ooh. Doesn't want to take that. You want to do it? Come on. Just take the old man connector.
Yeah, just forsake all of these entrances in CAC.
I mean, Sank's not that far away.
Ed also remembering to get these 2 pots here in the magic bat drop down. I have seen people forget those as well. Just out of habit, just walk right back out.
Yeah, especially when those are the last 2 Triforce pieces you're looking for to complete your 420 out of 420 pot hunt.
Yeah. And a look at Spec Rock. Giving us a key. Now, Ed can do some hovering. He may decide to go back there at some point.
Still haven't found any super exciting entrances yet. Okay, so this one he's going to take. Okay, because there are pots here.
Granny apparently keeping just all the pieces of the Triforce under her pots.
And going to continue.
Well, that's a connector.
Nice. I mean, if we find a mirror, that's actually a pretty good one.
If.
If, yes.
Another Dorito there. Ty finding a connector here, but also a couple of pots to check.
Yeah, we got 4 in here. I don't know if that hold... Does that hold drop you down up? Oh, yeah, I was saying, I didn't think so.
Yeah. Only the 2 at the end there.
Yeah, you have to come back from the other side.
Oh, good old hint rooms.
Will Ed check the hint?
Oh!
There we go. We know that the 2 Firelock chests are Triforce pieces in Mire. Very valuable information.
Yeah, somebody actually checks the hints. Amazing.
Speaking of Meyer,
Yeah.
come
Hello,
on, you can do it. We do know there's 2 Triforce pieces there.
With 5 bombs, that's questionable.
I don't think you can actually kill the Wizards with bombs, but we do have a fire source and we do have boots, so as soon as he finds a way to kill the Wizards... Actually, I don't think we've picked up a Meyer small yet either, so...
I mean, could be a Meyer small and Meyer.
Oh, Desert from Ty over here. That's a pretty good find. There's a lot of pots you can get.
Yeah, definitely. Key to ice.
There's none in these bottom corners, though.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing that I think some players are a little better at than others, is remembering where pots are and are not.
Yeah. If it's not something you've trained yourself to do by playing this mode a bunch of times already, it's hard to remember exactly where random singleton pots hide in rooms that you never look at.
Yeah. Like this one. The fake Saha hut have
Right.
four in the back, and those are definitely worth it today. 3 Doritos and
I don't know if
fake lamp.
Ty's gonna go into this trap room here. No, okay, good, because there are no pots in there.
Single bomb.
Is that what that was on the
Yep.
maze race?
Single bomb. Small key to TR. That's kind of helpful. One of the snitch lady houses. And a Dorito on the torch. Oh,
Oh. Alright, so left side swamp, probably not gonna happen.
at least not from Ty's side. Depends on if Ed remembers to read the hint tile or not when he gets there.
Although that doesn't say what's in the chests. So, or that only says what's in the chest, it doesn't say what's in the pots, so,
Yeah.
I mean...
And there's a couple of
You know.
pots on left side swamp, so...
Yeah, there's actually quite a bit, because there's the 5 in the row there before the big key chest, and then a few others on the other side.
We know where Cackwell is. Need a hammer or Dark World access and a mirror to get to it. Ed is going to come down here and take the old man cave.
I'm picking up a handful of Triforce pieces in Desert, but nothing else noteworthy. Ooh, Meyer connector.
It's not this one, Ed. It's the other one.
Nope.
The other one. There you go.
Ooh, Super Bunny.
Ed, you're good.
No, yeah, there's no. That's only the one.
You looked there already, buddy.
No, where? He already came from this way. He doesn't want to go back.
Okay.
Ed, what?
Ed,
No.
please. Ed,
This
Ed,
is-
please. I mean,
You know, I gotta say, I'm impressed the old man can hover as well.
yeah. Quite well, actually. You don't even see him kick up any dust.
Very, very spry for his age.
By giving Super Bunny its namesake of doing
Odd big.
actual Super Bunny checks. Alright, Gary. Hovering full, what do you have? A Dorito.
Alright, Ty ending up at the pyramid here.
That's a good
Ooh.
entrance to know, just so that
Hyrule
you know
Castle.
you don't need to try and do crystals at some point.
Yeah, Hyrule Castles. This is another pretty nice one for Ed here.
Small key to pod. small key to Easter.
Finding Hyrule Castle as well.
Gonna have to take a death warp here, though.
Yeah, that's not too bad. We don't have too many hearts yet.
Getting cleared through here. He's gonna walk outside. Do we get locked?
we're taking-
No, that's
Ooh,
that's good info.
good to know. Yeah, for sure. Still want to hit up the rest of these pots you can get in here though before you venture out. I would
Yeah.
think. Oh,
Well, we know
Okay.
that's the entrance Ty came in, so
right. Ed's gonna have to reset his link state here. Ty is taking another death. Wait, do they not want to get other pot? What? Am I what?
yeah. Guess we're not going to Dark Cross.
There's the back room
or,
here, and you can do the
back-
first
Yeah,
couple rooms in the back of Escape.
I mean, we don't have a key, and we don't have a guaranteed key, so we can't get super far down there. But I mean, you
Right,
can
but-
at least walk down there and get the two checks, the one from the guard and the one from the chest, and those pots
Right.
that he just picked up.
And in the back of Escape, there's like 4 pots in the first room, and then there's the Dark Cross chest and another pot down there too.
Yeah, and with starting lamp, it's real easy to actually get those. So, oh,
Ooh,
Ty
extra
getting,
5 bomb drop.
Ty getting bailed out because he had nothing to kill with, and that gives him all of his bombs back and then some.
Ooh, Arrow Game is a nice find too.
Yeah, we already start with a pretty generous amount of rupees, but oh, so close.
Yeah,
Almost.
420 rupees can get chewed up pretty fast in this mode, depending on what's in the shops.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It depends on how bad it wants to roll those like Triforce pieces and things like that.
No. Go to the back, Ty. Go to the back.
Gonna take another death warp here.
This has to be a play to the back then, because I don't know why you would death warp otherwise.
Ed came back. Yeah, if you didn't have starting lamp and hadn't found lamp, then like I could definitely see maybe avoiding Dark Cross for a little bit, but
Oh, for sure.
yeah, definitely worthwhile to do in this state or in this mode. Another key to Easter.
Okay.
And all the money. Ed, you gonna head to the back? Nope.
Nope, Ed doesn't wanna. I mean, so far Ty hasn't found anything.
Ooh.
Oh, those are Dark World rats, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough room to go through with no weapon, other than just a couple of bombs.
Yeah, I would bail at this point, I think. For you got almost everything. There's only 2 items left back there. I was wondering who had the flute already, but then I remembered.
Get sound effect shuffle.
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of like. You kind of look at that small magic and you're like, is this worth picking up? And then it's like, well, lets me run.
Could be.
Gives me that super bunny state long enough to run off of this screen.
All right, let's see.
Much
This
easier
is worth-
time.
Oh, the wall of rats.
Getting a Dorito,
Dorito.
for his trouble. Oh, almost
Careful.
ran into it.
And another Dorito.
2 Doritos for his trouble.
Back of old man. For Ed here. Actually, kind of a nice entrance to have, because Ed has access to the old man.
Yeah.
So that's easy way to get back to this area, which can be a pain if you don't have a flute and a hammer and a glove.
A lot of pain going on right now.
I'm finding his way up the mountain now.
And Ed finding this connector.
I don't think he meant to fall down that hole right away.
Yeah, not quite yet, but... Or maybe so, where he's just rolling with it. What do you think our first significant item of the night's gonna be?
I'm gonna say a glove.
I'm gonna wager a bow. We've already got 2 Eastern smalls. Maybe it's trying to shuttle us over that way.
Maybe. I would be more.
Wherever
I think.
it is.
I think a bow would be more of a pod thing because Eastern. I mean, the only thing a bow locks in Eastern is
The back.
Armos, which we need the big key for anyway. Or
Well-
free cash.
Yeah,
Donks.
not the best of businessmen.
I mean, you set up shop on a mountain where only an old guy lives, you're not going to do too well anyway.
Yeah, it's fair.
Yep, there are pots in here.
Quite a few. Nothing great out of it this time.
Those were
It's-
almost vanilla.
Yeah, I did see one of the races before. I believe it was with J-Jo. There was a hammer under one of those.
Yes, I have played a true pot hunt where there was a hammer in Bumper Cave as well.
And Ty making his rounds through Kakariko, pulling a Trey Spire and deciding not to do Kak until about 20 minutes in. Hello.
Oh, boy.
Z's. This-
All right, let's see how we route this.
yeah, this is probably my least favorite dungeon for True Pot Hunt, just because these are just everywhere. And no matter how many times I've done this, I never remember where they all are.
I know I have a rough idea, but I always forget one
Yeah.
corner or something.
Usually the top right, where you can bomb through the wall to get over there, and then also bomb
Mhm.
through the wall to go up. That's usually the one I always forget about. Until I get into that room, and then I'm like, crap. So then I have to walk back and go and do it.
Yeah, so you want to drop down here, go up these stairs. Yep. See if we actually find anything in here.
I can definitely see some of the slowdown on Ty's side of being constrained to only having one monitor right now.
Yeah. Stopping to take notes.
Yep.
Alright, Ed taking the very inefficient route of doing the north wall first. You're supposed to do the bottom wall first so you don't have to zigzag back and forth.
Oh. That puts Ed and Ty back at a tight amount of Dorito pieces, or did momentarily.
I'm a little surprised we haven't found anything in Thieves Town. No, don't go in there. Okay. Feels like Thieves Town's always stacked in True Pot Hunt.
Hey, flipper.
Okay, there's something.
And a bee.
I believe there's one more pot over to the right there, but...
If there is, it's gone forever at this point, because we're not going back for it. Almost getting bodied a little early.
They're just flippers. Ed deciding to walk back instead of taking a death warp. Oh, because he didn't get that. You can actually get that from the first room without looping around, but...
Yeah. Alright. And out of thieves we go. Ah,
Ooh, that's a nice one.
hey, nice flute.
That is a good one.
And a glove.
And gloves.
Stacked restock shack. Ty finding the dam.
Guy's definitely going to want to make his way over to Ice Rod Cave sooner rather than later.
Ed, please. Wow.
Oh, Hyrule Castle big. Okay.
Dina actually had something semi-decent. It's one check. You probably don't ever want to go there, but you know. Actually,
Well, that's a beautiful swimming sound.
yeah, it is. Hi, finding the lamp as well. Hey, welcome in, Pool Float. Appreciate the raid.
And deciding to swim all the way up here for a single check.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that could be useful. It's just, it feels bad to go all the way out to Hobo. Such a
Especially if you're
long
gonna
way.
swim all the way back now, too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with pool float. This might actually be what it sounds like to put a horse in water.
I'm gonna... Oh, jackpot.
A shovel. Well, not as
Okay, maybe not jackpot.
yeah, not as jackpot as you would have hoped.
Hey, that shovel could be good. We don't know.
Guess we'll find out. Is Ed actually going to do Zora? This just feels
He's
like
gonna
a
dump 500 rupees on one check.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. That's a gamble. That's a real gamble.
Ooh, Ty finding an unfortunate. Well, I mean, coming out of pot is nice because you don't have to spend the money, but also now you're walking all the way back here.
Oh,
wait, you
boy.
can't pick it up. No, you can't pick it up. He's thinking about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's the best situation, right? You know where it is. If you really need it, you can get it. But if we're gonna meme,
Yeah, I love that he stared at it for a solid 5 seconds and was just like, Like, I already committed to the meme, I can't go back on it now.
Ed finding GT will not really be able to do much more than Tyvarius, although you can get a couple more of the pots upstairs with the bomb.
Maybe a little bit better luck up there than Ty had. We'll see if Ty ever comes across those flippers and then also decides whether or not he's gonna grab that moon pearl when he finds it.
Yeah, getting all the way over to... Well, the flippers weren't on ice... Were they in Ice Rod? No, it was the flute and the glove was over there. I forget where the flippers were. They were in Thieves?
Yeah, I think Thieves. I think it was the only
I guess
thing
that
we
was
got
over
out
there.
of Thieves.
Yeah. So yeah, Ty needs to get over to Ice Rod Cave area.
What a God. What an entrance that is. The
Nope, that's
mountain being one of the most worthless entrances.
the exact entrance Old Man was in the Kruskies I just played earlier too.
Yeah, I noticed. Wow.
Oh.
And Ty could have had it good right there, and then just couldn't get over to it.
Yeah, I just didn't have a way to hit the switch, unfortunately.
Ed, not gonna happen. Take your death warp.
Now we can go over here to right side. Or left side, I should say.
Yeah, do some bonking shenanigans.
Ed opting to continue here? Is he gonna mimic clip to get 2 pots?
I think that was the idea. I don't know if this is gonna happen. You were better off leaving, friend.
Did he just I guess he didn't get that 1 pot.
I walked into the spikes. Oh, no. Committed.
What is he doing? I don't understand. Yeah, now what? Alright, well, let's...
Alright, Ed.
You know what? If, like, Hookshot's gonna be over there or something, and we're gonna look like fools.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes, but still.
This is, we'll call this an aggressive play.
That's one.
Yeah, there goes one.
And there's the... Oh,
Oh, but he comes back! I've never seen that happen before. Guy's giving him quite a bit of trouble here. What is that first sound effect when the menu comes down? I can't place what that is. Alright, let's see if this was worth it. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Oh, now he has to...
and the
He got a
refill. Still didn't take long, but maybe not as worth it as he would have hoped.
Maybe not. And does not want to go to the left sides. Okay.
Ty doing
Choices
some,
are being made.
some exploring of Old Man Cave as well to make sure he doesn't miss anything.
Awesome. One of, like, 6.
Yeah, quite a few in this.
Ganon's tower leads to a connector.
So fun. Oh, this has been mostly garbage. So now you know you got to be kind of careful with your connectors because one of them is probably going to pop you out at GT.
Yep. All magic. Alright, where does Ed go from here?
Oh,
Oh!
you
Nice!
got it!
Well done. I'm impressed. I think Ty wins just based on that.
Yeah, no, gotta go call the race now. Hello, Pod.
We got one pod small, so we can get a decent number of pods in here.
Yeah. Usually, Pod's one of those ones, it's like you don't necessarily want to find early, but there's so many pots, it's just like, really not bad. Remember? Yeah.
Getting ready to do another mimic clip here.
By finding Uncle and getting the Uncle pieces.
Oh, we got another hint. Mimic ledge leads to Turtle Rock.
Nice
Nah.
that they're actually making use of the hints.
Now going bufferless this time.
A little bit more room here to play with bufferless.
I play in the chess game.
Almost there, Ed. Oh, he done wiggled back out. Yeah,
Nope.
now he's going
Back to the menu.
buffers.
I guess that's the chest opening sound? Before you get the little fanfare?
Yes. I think that's what that is. A little hard to tell. Sometimes these really played sound effects shuffles are not things that you were used to hearing often. Alana, we already saw Ed make the biggest meme play of all, which is he stared Moon Pearl dead in the eye and left it. Ty now making his way over to the Ice Rod Cave
All right.
area.
So this is good for him. Ed over here committing to yet another mimic clip. Oh, or not. No, I guess there's no point in going any farther after this.
Yeah, just coming in for the 2 pots.
Ed does not want to go to the back.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna opt for. Well, I know there's 2 pots down here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's gonna want to use the key. Nope.
I think at this point I probably would have. Just get what you can and then never come back.
Yeah, hope for the best.
I don't know what you're talking about, Pi. This is invertacrismizer. Can't you tell?
Did it not update the title? I updated it to True Pot.
The overlay still says invertacrismizer.
Oh, I forgot one then. About to say, I know I updated the title. Don't do this to me.
No, Ed actually going all the way around again. Okay, I don't agree with this, but I suppose if you're gonna shun the Moon Pearl, you have to do as much as you can without it.
Looks like all the alcohol caught up with Ty. Taking a nice meal break right in the middle of the race.
Giving Ed back some of the time that Ed spent doing unnecessary mimic clips.
Or is still using to do unnecessary mimic clips. Alright, the Banana Man is back.
But Ty'll get his flippers here soon, and then let's see if he goes up to the Sora area.
Yeah, I'm curious if Ty is going to adhere to the meme. The desire for Moon Pearl may be too much.
Did Ty miss the flippers? I feel like they were in the first room.
I don't think so. I don't think he's come across them yet.
Okay.
Oh, Ty, not bombing,
Not
the,
bombing
wall.
the wall there.
Not gonna hurt
I don't think
him.
the flippers were there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not gonna hurt him, but he did obviously forget that there are pots there. Can't say I've
And,
ever done that before. No siree.
Finishing up the pod checks here. Gonna go for Dark Maze.
Of course we are.
I think Ty missed the flippers.
I'm starting to wonder. Thought they might be in like that pot right there.
Maybe.
I thought it was towards the end of the checks. I don't remember specifically which one.
Oh, you're right. I think it was because it was flippers and the B bottle right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So item-wise, we're pretty close. Except for that hammer, Ty's gonna basically never get that hammer, which might be fine. You don't need hammer to complete True Pot Hunt.
No, you don't need a lot of things to complete True Pot.
Yeah.
Hunt. I mean, he might make his way back to GT if he gets a couple keys for it, or maybe like hook shot. Or
Well,
Samaria.
I mean, you would need he needs to get the hammer to go left side anyway. So
Yeah, that's fair.
yeah, maybe
But
Samaria and Fire Rod. Maybe then you think about it.
for Big Key and Bow.
Ooh. I mean, there are a lot of pots on the climb.
Big Key and Bow would be the most likely to get him back into that room where he missed the hammer.
Yeah. You were already in here. Also, nice Triforce count on Ty's side.
Alright, he's gonna go do probably the Zora.
Let's see.
check.
See if Ty wants to check under the bridge.
Yeah, let's see if we want to take the long swim out to the hobo.
I have got to experience the Cave of Disappointment here.
Did Ed ever go check the shovel? I don't think so, right?
No. That Singleton check far out of the way he didn't feel like doing.
Yeah, that one.
That was a bridge too far.
Mimic clip for 2 pots every day, all day. Every
All right,
day.
Ty's doing it too. So what do I know?
Now the question is, does Ty swim back or does he save and quit?
I mean, I don't know. Probably save and quit, right? Because then you can activate the flute and flute back there anyway, for free, basically.
Nope.
Nope, he's swimming back. Okay. Nice connector. Ooh, all right.
Magic chop's good find. Okay,
Eastern Hyrule contains viable. What does that even mean?
that's a real good question.
All right, moment of truth coming up here.
Yeah, one, does he spend 500 rupees? And two, does he get the moon pearl?
I'm gonna say yes, spends the rupees. No, doesn't get the moon pearl.
How big of a waste was this? A lot. Scamfish being scamfish.
Discount. Oh no!
Oh, are you doing it, Ty? Are
Oh,
you
well,
forsaking
this is-
the memes?
This is grounds for disqualification, I think.
Yeah. We talked about this, Ty. How dare
Oh. Alright, well, I can't in good conscience root for Ty anymore.
you? Okay.
Oh, Northwest Hyrule has 8 items. I don't know how Hyrule is. Is Hyrule split into quadrants? I'm not really sure what.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, hints are not something I was ever good at figuring out.
I don't know if anyone was. Wait, do we have the Harabig? Oh, we do have the Harabig. I must have missed when that got picked up. Well, this is good, because Ed gets a whole ton of pots up here now. You know, I think I don't know if I've ever gotten these 4 on the bottom wall here.
Yeah, there are just so many pots in Hera. It's hard to keep track of them all. I mean, like, obviously
Oh,
there
he's
are-
going for the bomb jump. Yep, I saw that coming from a mile away.
Say, obviously there are still more dense locations, but also, like, that's not many once you get up to the top and can grab all those heart areas, or
Yeah.
heart pots. And Ty did do shovel. It was a heart refill.
Also tried to swag shovel, and
Doesn't have a sword.
it doesn't work without a sword. Alright, don't try the bomb jump yet, Ed. Just drop down from the top after you get the pots up there.
Okay.
29 vital items? What? What does this game consider vital?
Triforce pieces. Probably anything that's considered an actual check and not a normal underpot item.
Maybe.
You also haven't been to the back. It doesn't say north.
Ed, what are you
or-
doing? Why are you dropping down first? Check the pots and then drop down.
Because we haven't seen the back of Desert yet, right?
Right.
So that could be a good chunk. Hey, shop shield.
Ed getting bumpered.
Yes, please.
It out to a pretty decent Triforce lead now, though. Oh, Fire Rod.
Nice. There's fonts, huh? Big key to desert.
Desert. Ooh, Ty finding Blind's Hut, though.
Big key to
GG, big key.
GG.
Ooh. Alright, let's get a bow now.
Ed already has that hammer. The unfortunate thing is Ty doesn't have that big key yet.
Oh yeah, this is my jam here.
Ed. Ed, why? You just ignore bosses. They don't exist.
No, go back up. I need to hear it again.
Ed.
Well, what do we get? A bomb.
Bosses don't exist. You like to speak to Beer on that one. It's his fault. Hello, TR.
Pretty good amount of pots we can get here.
These are kind of rough sometimes.
These ones can be tricky, yeah.
Hello, Bo.
Oh, there it is.
Now Ty just needs to find the Harabig and go back and get that and decide, maybe I should go do the climb.
Go back in the TR. You can go to that big middle room. There's a bunch of pots
The
there.
Poke room has 4.
Yeah.
Or, you know, just leave.
I think is Ty like doing notes on a piece of paper?
I think he might be.
I mean, hey, you do what you gotta do. Oh, I thought he was gonna go back in. Instead, we're gonna go to Catfish.
Man, there are some people who believe that Catfish is a homie.
Well, those people are wrong.
They sure are.
Wow, thanks for those 10 arrows, Catfish.
Yeah, such a homie.
Don't. Okay. Still don't think that was worth taking the time to buy, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, Ty
Now-
going back into TR here.
Now back into that field.
Fine, you don't need to kill the pokies. Just steal the pots and move on with your life.
Don't die. Don't get booped.
Yes, that is. Oh, just gonna say. Oh,
Just
all right,
resetting
just
the room.
resetting the room here. Please do not attempt to do lava chest. Oh.
He gonna try. I don't know if he's going for lava chest, but he wants that key at the least.
I mean, it's not a key though. It's
Well, then check.
Oh, this is such a bad idea. Gonna YOLO lava chest here. That's I guess that's fine.
Single bomb. Totally worth it.
This does get you another check here, where the full magic drop usually is. Oh, 8 bombs.
Oh, good.
Oh,
mushroom.
yay! Finally. Yeah, see those three pots there, Ty? Get those ignore chain chomps. No, Ed, there's no pots back there. Oh! Fire shield. I'm gonna go ahead and brave the chain chomps.
I mean, it can't be worse than mimic clipping for 2 pots.
I suppose you're right. Ty, what are you doing? Okay, yeah, just take the death warp. Don't bend your key for the pokey check. So I'm trying to figure out what are the high value. I mean, Ty wants to be able to get over to Skull Woods.
Yeah, finding a hook shot would be nice, or a good connector.
I mean, Ed can get over to Skull Woods too. I'll just have to death warp it, but
That hammer has been nice for killing stuff, but hasn't really opened up anything.
yeah. I'm not sure what Ty's doing here. He's already checked this.
I think he forgot. The downside of
Not having a tracker.
not having the tracker up like he wants. Ed continuing on the path of righteousness and not having that moon pearl and doing super bunny checks. It would help his cause tremendously if he found a mirror.
Yes. Ooh.
Ooh.
That's a dangerous alley on green mail. Alright, we got some bunny walking here. Where are we going? He's checked pretty much all the pod area, so...
Well, we've got a guaranteed piece on Hylia Island, so if we get down to 1, we have a mirror and easy access. We know where to get our last piece from.
Alright, Ty finding pod.
Sick kid with a Dorito underneath his bed. Maybe all these Doritos is why he's sick. Eat healthier.
I think that's probably correct.
Ty getting the benefit of having one more key in here than Ed did. Lets him open this front door, so he doesn't have to...
Plus having a bow, so he
Yeah.
doesn't have to mimic clip for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Although I don't recall pod having anything particularly noteworthy anyway, so... Okay, Ed finally deciding now is the time to go back into GT. Doesn't even want to hover.
I had the best of luck with covers tonight. I mean, he did the one old man one, but that was it.
That was all the old man anyway.
Yeah. Pretty healthy seed so far. We've got a lot of
Yeah,
hearts.
13 hearts?
Yeah.
Fortunately, we're not going to be able to get too much farther in here with only one key.
Yeah. Couple checks though. Getting through here pretty well.
Surprised nobody's found a sword yet.
Yeah. I mean, 4 of them in the game.
They're all in Skull Woods, as is usually the case in Pot Hunt.
Yeah, Skullwoods has so many pots to check.
Like 92, I think.
92 total checks, something like that. Just silly how many.
See where Ed goes next. I feel like Ed's starting to run out of non-Dark World things to do.
Yeah, might have to consent to going and getting the Moon Pearl. Look how quickly that room goes when you
It was
aren't
amazing.
when you aren't trying to force the mimics through a wall. Hello, Spiral.
Forget where Spiral led. Ty did check this earlier.
Yeah, probably not that important. That's
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
Alright, Ty in the mire.
Oh, here we go.
Does Meyer have the juice?
These shops have been...
They've been pretty
Awful.
bad, yeah.
I mean, we know there's 2 Triforce pieces on the Firelock side.
Yeah.
Only got 1 small key, though, so I have to... Which means we can't actually get to the Firelock side, so... I think you want to save that small key to get the Fishbone.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, there's always the chance that there's a key to this dungeon in this dungeon.
Yeah. That's true. Slug room, not where you want to be.
Not right now.
Oh, he's gotta go back. Bob shop. Doesn't want to know where the red crystals are?
Bosses don't exist in this mode.
Ed, there's pots here.
Oh yeah. He's in
Did he do this one already?
No, he's in bunny form.
Oh, he's in bunny. Right. I deciding he would rather do Mire 2 again than kill the slugs.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Ed, turn back around. Okay.
Nope. He doesn't need those pots. Don't. Oh, picking up the heart again.
He's having a struggle here because he is almost out of arrows and he's getting bailed out by the drops.
Got the refill. Did Ty not pick up those pots right there the first time through?
I think he picked up some of them. I don't think he picked up that one on the key pathway though, or the key door pathway.
Hey, there's a halfway decent shop finally.
Big key to Eastern.
Okay. Did we haven't found Eastern yet, right?
I don't believe we have, no.
Then the key, Ty. That's the key door you want to go through.
I think he's gonna go spin it on the switch door.
Oh no.
Yeah, forgetting that there's
two doors there.
Well, and also 6 pots in that room prior to boss.
Right. And then you can also get the fishbone back that way as well, which has another 10-ish pots.
It's definitely been a struggle. Ed's in
Yeah,
here
well,
now. Ed having a little bit of an easier time with the hammer versus.
Yeah, hammer makes it a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
Ty's gonna have to be a little careful with arrow consumption here.
I think he's hoping to get bailed out again. Yeah, he got a little bailed out.
All right, good enough. Ed making a horrible mistake to open this door.
Yeah, just
pauses for a second, realizing what he just did.
Well, I think Ty's about to follow him. Yep.
Oh, it hurts. That hurts.
So, Ty could use those 10 arrows.
Uh-huh, yep. Oh, it's not gonna go the way you want it to, Ty. This is a locked door behind these spikes.
There are 2 pots up here, though.
There are.
Well,
That is unfortunately about all he can really do.
yeah, nothing particularly redeeming about Meyer so far.
I mean, there could have been, but unfortunately both of them did not use the key in the right spot.
I'm not sure that Ty picked up that piece that Ed just did.
I don't think so. Although maybe he grabs it now. Yeah. That's about it though. I think you have to bail after this.
Where you going, Ty?
Where are you going? There's no pots over here. Oh, I guess if you wrap around, you can get that one chest still. The map chest.
Yeah. The only thing that's really left here to get. Yeah, buddy, if you had the big key, this would have been a lot better. Yeah, you got a
Yay!
Oh, he hasn't got
Oh,
it.
there's the spike chest either.
Yeah.
I mean, now's the time to get it. I don't know why we're killing the skeletons. You're just gonna death warp out of here at this point.
Might be looking for some kind of drop. More arrows, maybe.
Well, it's a shame that they're leaving their hook shot and their cane of Samaria and their mirror in the back of Meyer. Where to next for Ed? Ice Palace. Okay, we have 3 keys here.
What was the hint?
Ether can be found in a pot in a connector.
Interesting. Ed had the opportunity to get some pots in a connector and didn't. The other
So,
side
but
guy. And it's
there's
just
nothing
there.
back here though. Yeah, 3 keys I believe is enough to get down to the 14 pot room in Ice Palace. If you route it properly. Playing a little dangerously here on health.
Yeah. Oh, Spec Rock key is Ice Palace.
It's Dark Death Mountain conceals 24 vital items.
Ed unable to do any of these checks because he's a bunny.
Yeah, mirror would be really nice for Ed.
Fortunately, it might just be Merle locked. Yeah, you know he's got to be thinking, I really
At this point,
am gonna just have to go get that Merle. Alright, Ed. Yeah, you've memed well.
he's gonna do
we
it.
We appreciate the blatant lack of disregard for the Moon Pearl,
Ooh.
but
Ty's about to get his hammer.
maybe if he remembers which ones he's got and which ones he hasn't.
I'm gonna see what this facial expression looks like once he picks this up.
I'm sure it will be one of extreme joy. That'd be,
That's a. Yep, there we go.
yeah, got to feel a little bad. Hey, look, we don't have to mimic clip for 2 pots.
Wow. Look how fast.
Oh, Ed finally consented to go back and spend the money.
So Ty unfortunately does not have the GT big key, so can't go any farther than this. Even if he could.
We appreciate you, Ed. We appreciate it. You can grab it now. It's okay.
Hey, pour one out for Ed
Yeah,
here.
pour one out for the homie who tried so hard to meme this. I don't know if you guys can see this, but he says, I tried. Seriously.
Assuming that says F you, Merle.
It does indeed. Oh, and
We appreciate the effort.
you're a glorious human being.
That's not... Nope, that bomb jump's not gonna work, Ty. There you go. That's the easier way to do it.
He'll get there eventually. Maybe.
I think you're a little too low. Yeah. Fortunately, on one heart, can no longer do this, so... Not gonna do it. That's fine. Honestly, I don't think there was really anything in GT anyway, so... It's not really missing a whole lot here.
Yeah.
Couple there was like, I think there was 2 Triforce pieces up there, but... Alright, well, now that Ed is loose in the Dark World here...
Yeah, he knows he needs to make his way back up to Dark Death Mountain with Saha and Vines Hut over there.
We still don't have a way to West Dark World yet, right?
I don't believe so. I don't think we've seen.
I don't think they
Vu
connectors,
or,
right?
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Vu or Gold at all. Now, that being said, there might be a connector to it still that we haven't followed yet and just not found.
Trying to think of what connectors we've seen that we may not have gone through.
Unfortunate death.
Oh, hey, here's a connector.
Alright, where are we going? Now remember, there is one connector also still in the wild that leads us to GT. Hey, West Dark World.
There it is.
That's a solid connector. Ty, are you going to try the bomb jump again? It looks like he is.
Ooh, Paradox. This is our first time seeing Paradox, right?
Yeah.
Or no?
I think it is. Think so? I don't know.
It has to be.
The seed bleed is real.
Oh look, Vu again.
How funny. Like, we look, and then we find a connector into it anyway. Hey, Johnny. Johnny Two Bombs, what you hiding in the back today?
Taking all these connectors is a little dangerous, though, because, I mean, Ed knows the hint that GT is from a connector, so...
Yeah. It might be lucky in that it's like a one-way, like something that he can't get to, but...
Yeah.
Like maybe front of spec? No, I think we've already seen that, though. Huh. A big middle finger from Fat Fairy. Take your garbage back, I don't want it.
Oh, it's another Meyer key. So that's an option to go back to now at some point.
Yeah, and back to Cackwell, which is a lot of checks here. Not terribly useful ones other than the Doritos, but still a good chunk of things.
going back into Paradox now?
Taking the chicken with him. Are we ever gonna find a sword?
No.
Yeah, are we just gonna go?
We don't need one.
Yeah, are we just gonna go this entire seed without? He grabbed the
Well.
wall, and I think that messed up his cadence there for it.
We tried.
Ed, remember that there is a shop here?
I mean, all the shops have been trashed so far. Oh, there's the other bow.
Nice. Good for Ed.
Now we can go back to GT.
Yeah, not Mimic Clip. Or, you know, still do, because it's Ed and he likes to meme. We were already told that Pod was green pendant.
Yes. Not that we care, but... Okay, Ty's in Skullwoods here.
Could be a lot here for him.
Will this finally be the useful shop? Nope.
No, not really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buy the compass. Do it! Yeah.
I mean, you just might as well, right? Wow! The 320 for the blue goo. Big spender over here.
Yeah.
A small key to
Rupee's
thieves.
burning a hole in his pockets.
We haven't found the big for thieves. Is this the big for thieves? Yes. So the small and the big and a sword.
There it is.
Wow.
Ooh, swamp. All right, we have a couple keys here.
You know, not my least favorite palette change for swamp. Very bright.
Yeah. Walking a castle tower. Make sure you kill these enemies first.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it won't.
Quick.
It will not despawn anything important. So anything that is an actual item that just never gives you the pot.
Ah, okay.
That doesn't make the Gibdos less annoying. Oh. Small key to Skullwoods and Skullwoods.
Classic.
Oh, hello, Mini Moldworm. Yeah, you got plenty of health, Ty. It'll be fine.
Why did Ed leave? Just accidentally walked out the door.
Yeah, whoops. He just has so much fun with the mini Moldworms, he decided to do it twice.
Ooh, big key
Big
to
key to
Meyer.
That's helpful considering how badly they spent that key earlier.
Yeah. I forget, is this chest still a guaranteed small key even in this mode?
I don't believe that it is. I think this is
Okay.
completely randomized. Like, that is only cross keys that applies to. Like normal cross keys. Hey, powder.
Powder. Powder is nifty. Forget where Magic Bat was.
It's one
If
of
we
the
even found
easier
it.
drop downs. We have found it.
You know Ed won't be checking it. Okay, Ed wanted arrows, and we are going to... Oh, we're just going to the portal this way? Okay. Alright, Ty, this is where you want to spend your one Skull Woods key.
Yep. And this is a real easy one to forget, too. This is another one of those rooms that nobody ever comes to. Outside
Also,
of this mode.
Apparently not particularly... Well, we got a couple Triforce pieces.
And a B...
Ty finally pulling back ahead of Ed now, for the first time in a while.
Yeah, this is definitely working out in his benefit, but Ed's going to catch up, I think, pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, Ed's going to be beamlining to Skullwoods.
Or not.
He's just trying to avoid the swords.
I mean, he avoided the Moon Pearl for as long as he could.
We haven't found any chickens yet, have we?
No. So, I've been playing around with the customizer for door rando.
Mm-hmm.
And you can make a YAML file for it. And one of the things that you can customize about it is the amount of chickens. At one point, I had over 200 in there, but I crashed the seed. So
True chicken hunt.
yeah, need to play with it enough to make it stable.
Oh, back a Skullwoods. It's a decent amount in here, although I don't know if this is where you want to spend your key.
Yeah, I mean, knowing what we know, probably not. Wow, another sword.
Two swords in Skullwoods.
You were not lying.
I don't know why it is, but it seems like there's always swords in Skullwoods in this mode. I mean, probably because there's 92 checks in here, but
Yeah.
90, 91, whatever. Alright. So, Ty needs to get... I don't know where Ed found that Harabig.
Yeah, I was trying to remember, and I mean, it's definitely something that Ty needs to find. I just don't remember where it's at.
Because getting that fire rod would be nice, and then going to ice, because Ed took that death in ice and didn't get a chance to get down to where all the good stuff is. Nope, not that ice. So Ty's just gonna retrace Ed's steps, while Ed retraces Ty's steps. Maybe Ed will decide not to pick up the swords.
Oh. I know where the big key to hair was. I went and looked it up.
Oh, did you go back and look through the VOD?
Sure did.
Where was it?
It's in the sexy statue room in Pod.
Oh.
Something that Ty never made it to.
Right.
Because he didn't have hammer at the time, and I don't think he tried to make it too much further in the back.
Yeah.
Or at least not to that side. I think people forget that there are six pots over there that you don't need a hammer or bow for. So basically, Ty needs to make his way back to Pod. I don't know.
Or find a hook shot.
Yeah, or find a hook shot. Ty does have another key to pod and the big key now, and I don't think he had the big key when he went in, so he might be.
No, he did.
Did
He actually checked the big chest when he was in pod.
Then yeah, without some more keys, I don't know if he'll go back. So it might have to be Hookshot that he finds.
All right, Ed
I mean,
is now
it's
the
not-
proud owner of a sword.
It's not a hard requirement, but you know.
Yeah, it would be nice because that's a lot of pots up there, and that would lead to the fire rod, which would also get you a lot of pots in Ice Palace. So.
Yeah. Could also just find Bombos.
This is true.
Ed finding all the goodies that is the woods. And Ty finding Johnny 2 bombs. We're tied.
Yeah, this is pretty even now. Ed has a slight equipment advantage, having that fire rod, but otherwise, things are pretty even here. Ty about to get his empty bottle back.
Get out of my place.
This will be Ty finding Paradox Cave for the first time, I believe.
I'm about to find the disappointment that is this shop.
Thinking about it.
Buys the single bomb. And silvers for Ty is
Silvers.
nice.
Well, now I'll have a real easy Ganon fight.
Ed mean to get caught there? I think he was like...
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think he was 3 pots shy of full clearing the room.
I don't think... I mean, that room didn't really have a whole lot in it anyway, so it's not missing out on much. Why bonk across when you can try to hover?
and die when you
die.
Ed is indeed one of the most ultimate of memers.
Also, just gonna bomb jump instead of bonking. Okay.
Yeah, bonking's so overrated. Yeah, literally could have just left those 3 pots.
He just get grabbed again.
And he got grabbed again, yeah. But I think that was everything out of that room. I don't think he had anything that he needed.
No, because there was like 2 Triforce pieces, and that was it.
Yeah.
Buy the 20 for 20. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta give me that money. Alright, Dig Game. Dig Game has a Dorito at least. And it was a pretty short one, so can't be too upset over that.
Small key to Turtle Rock. Meh.
I only found
think we're-
one like real entrance to Turtle Rock, right?
Just the front,
Well,
right? No, we found the big chest and the eyes as well.
I think we walked out of the eyes. I don't think we like stumbled across that normally, but yeah, not a lot going on there. Not a lot of desire to go back without
No,
the Mario.
certainly not. I do think we're starting to run low on entrances here, though. Like,
Yeah, but we've
I
got a
can
couple
head-
of big keys that we can go use. That
there's also Dark Shopping Mall, which Ty can try to go back to now.
yeah, but we've got
But we know that there's not really anything there because Ed popped out of a connector over there, I think.
yeah, but with like I said, with having that Meyer big back, plus we're up to 3 Meyer smalls, so
Yeah, I like the Meyer, going back into the Meyer again at this point.
and it's a lot easier to go back into Meyer now too. Now that we have at least
sword.
Yeah. No more playing games with hammer and bow to try and kill the Wizrobes. The quarreling brothers.
This just took us up to North Dark World.
Alright, Ty, what's the game plan?
You Meyer, do it.
I think he's reading his book right now. It's
Nope, there's
just
no hearts in
where-
those pots.
Yeah.
I don't even remember where Meyer was.
Yeah, I don't either, but I'm sure
They
they've
found it
got-
pretty early.
Yeah.
I want
they've
to say it was
got
in
it written
Kakariko
down.
somewhere.
CAC makes sense. I'm pretty sure Ed found it first, as Ty avoided CAC for like 20 minutes.
Desert, so we're taking a connector somewhere.
We have a small key. Might be just be doing right.
Oh,
side.
yeah.
It's a terrible idea,
I-
by the way. Never spin this small key for right side.
Yeah, no, this is super not worth it. Save it for the back if you find the back.
100%. Unless he's planning to save Scum Miss. Because he did just... I mean, it's 2 triangles.
Yeah. Could have been worse.
But the chances of having more than that in the back of Desert, if you find it, are
Right.
much
Because you're
higher.
getting 10 pots with 1 key in the back, I think.
Yeah, because you get, what, 6 in the front, and then the next key lets you...
You can get 4 in the room, the long room with the BMOS.
Yeah, 4... Is it 6 or 4? Might be just be 4.
I think it's 4.
Steel. Yeah, the
Better than
key-
2.
Key definitely opens up more there than it does to spin on the right side.
Go back to Meyer. Go back to Meyer.
Or GT. Well, actually, I don't think we have... we have, like, maybe 1 more key. Nothing else to really push through that.
Yeah, I don't think GT does a whole lot.
Well, okay, so that's not right. Ed can go back to GT.
Yes, with the big key, you can definitely go. And going back to GT is decent because you can get a lot of pots on the climb. But Okay, Ty gonna go. All right, we did pick up the Thieves Town big,
We
so
picked up the big and the small right next to each other in the back of Skull Woods. Or a small, rather. So, if it was just the big, probably wouldn't come back here for it. But with the small, it gives us a lot more.
yeah,
Because that big only lets you get these two right
these
here.
two, yeah.
L upgrade's nice. I mean, we have 13 hearts, but still, there's another small to GT. Nothing up there, Ty. Right.
Is Ed the one who picked up the
Castle
big key for the cell?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ed, you are way too healthy for this, friend.
Oh, I can't wait till Sankhart's in here.
Yeah, right? Or a heart piece that just gives him a free refill. Hey. Triangle out of that. Oh, and a compass.
Ah, compass.
Eh, I mean, not the most worthwhile, but... Small key to swamp.
Another small key to swamp. Okay. So that's... Well, I don't know how many...
Shop shield.
Finally going to the back here. Ooh, big key.
TR.
To TR. So...
Bosses don't
I mean, that gets
exist.
us like two chests.
Yeah. Gives the big chest and then like
Crystal roller.
the roller, yeah.
There's no pots in here. Don't go in
Nothing
there, Ty.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It's setting up another death warp.
We're picking up a lot of keys. Yeah, I think only the small key made this entire trip worthwhile.
Yeah. Triangles. Good. Don't fight the boss. Thank you.
Don't think that you can, because you don't have another small key to open the attic.
Oh, right. It's true. Yeah.
Otherwise, you might have tried. I will say, blind is pretty quick of a fight overall. Unless you screw up
Going
the
into-
script.
Yes, sir. I forget what was in here. Oh, Turtle Rock. Okay. Can't get the big chest, actually, because we don't have a hook shot or the Samari.
I mean, unless you're Ed. Ed might can hover that.
Well, yeah. I don't know what else Ty can really do in here. I don't know why we came back in.
Oh, I don't think Ty knows why he came back in.
Yeah, because we got chain chomps. Can't without
got-
Samari, you can't do anything else upstairs.
Well, so that's not necessarily true. There is the one pokey.
Right, I guess that's true. Yeah. Does not seem worth coming all the way in here.
It
For
did
that.
finally go back to Dark Death Mountain.
I'd be real mad if neither of these guys go to Meyer.
Yeah, Ty, that was not the best use of your time, buddy.
Go back to Meyer. There's a mirror in the back. I guarantee it.
They may not even need it. I mean, Ed's at 188 right now.
They are, yeah, they're pretty close, but they're also getting kind of, well, Ed might be alright, because Ed can still go back to ice and do ice, but Ty is starting to run a little thin on checks.
Yeah, it's that Hera that really helped out
Yeah.
Ed.
This is just one check, it's not going to do a whole lot.
So what Ty really needs to do is go back to pod. Okay, friend. I just
Yeah,
don't,
back to pod or...
I don't think Ty remembers that those pots are there and that he didn't get them.
Yeah, which, you know, when I'm playing this mode, I kind of take the path of once I go into a dungeon and do what I can, I pretty much never go back, so...
Yeah, unless you get a bunch of significant stuff for it. Opens up a lot. Like in this case, Meyer. Like you spin that key poorly, you get that big key and some more smalls. Go back.
This spiral cave is... Because Ty's already done this, and didn't this dump us somewhere useless?
Pod.
Right. Okay. Is Ed gonna hover here? Oh, he's gonna do the bomb jump. Okay.
Ed does
But
not
Ed did
have the
not
big
pick up
key.
the big key, so I don't know why we did the bomb jump, but okay.
Because Ed's a memer and forgets what he's doing. Forgets that easier strats exist because he spends so much time doing...
This is his first time in here, though.
Yeah, that works out well for him. Also, nice blue fire.
Oh, Ty's got a couple keys to... Okay, so Ty's gonna go all the way to the back and escape.
Not a bad idea.
Did we do back? We must have done back of escape, right?
The drop down for it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, oh no, because it said lumberjack. So actually, yeah, no, there's a bunch of checks back there, so this could be good. I don't think there's any pots in this room. This one has a few. I think if Ed just goes back to ice now, he probably finishes.
Yeah, either Ice or Meyer. I think both of those are pretty good plays on being able to get close to finishing.
Ed about to get his silvers. Gonna go check cash.
Bro?
Oh,
The bro fish with what, 10 arrows?
yeah. I mean, you know, we're so close, so let's do as many one-off checks as possible.
Yeah.
Alright, Ty going back into GT. You can't do anything on this side of GT without a cane.
And remember that immediately upon walking through
Yep.
the door.
He does have more keys now, though, so he can go all the way to Ice Armos, I think. if he can get the bomb jump. Well, I guess you don't need the bomb jump. You can just bonk all the way down there. Bomb jump a lot easier to set up with a sword now too. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right, here's the ice play for Ed. I think there's a good chance. Oh, he's got no magic.
No.
Use that shovel. Use that shovel. Oh no.
Ed, please.
Oh, did Ty spend? Why did you spend the small key on double fire bar?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's still okay. I think he's okay.
Feel. You hate to see it. Oh, getting a magic.
Has he already
refill
opened this
from
one?
Saha. Now we go back to ice.
But yeah, ice. I think ice should probably wrap it up here, assuming he spends his keys correctly and.
Yeah, Ty died here before. Didn't get to get this chest anyway, so. And if he doesn't learn
hit
how
this
to
bomb
bomb
jump.
jump better, he might do it again. There we go.
There you go. But yeah, he'll be able to do Rando Room here. He'll be able to do Ice Armos.
Get those 2 pots in the transport. There's a couple of pots also on the Invisible 4 area, so.
Triforce Room.
Yeah, good amount of triangles here. And
I forget how far Ed made it into ice before he died.
depending on how things are going, I mean, this still could be either one of their race.
Yeah, I mean, if this doesn't quite get Ed there, I mean, he could get. I mean, just go to Meyer, but you know.
Yeah.
All right, Kai remembering this pot. Gotta choose one of them. Well, I mean, do both of them and then
You just bomb it.
bomb jump, or just
Yeah.
reset the room. I guess
You,
works too.
Yeah, you also don't have big key, but you also
No,
picked
that's
up the wrong
Ty.
chest.
That's the one you. Lamp can be found. Oh,
We already found that lamp.
we sure did.
We had starting lamp anyway, so, you know. Game's got jokes. So at least we got
Triangles
silvers.
here. Yeah, this will be easy. Still very close here.
I kind of running out of spots in GT now, though.
Yeah, this is basically it.
Mirror
Yeah!
shield, though.
We did it!
We did it. Beer, have you been here the entire time, or did you just show up a little bit ago? Because if you missed Ed finally consenting to get Merle. Oh, you missed the best part. They're both mostly done with Skull.
Yeah, they did, you know, two-thirds of Skullwoods each, roughly.
Ed, that okay.
You can bomb jump this.
No, there was a pot back there,
Oh, yeah, there was nothing in that pot.
and a hint tile. Not that, you know, the hint would probably be necessary, but you know.
All right, Ty, go to Meyer.
Want to see that?
Play, I'm
Meyer
telling
play. No,
This doesn't.
Beer. Merle was on Zora Ledge. And Ed looked at it for a solid 5 seconds and then just left. Left it there as long as he could. And then
Guy's got hair is small here.
and then an hour 10 in?
It was like hour 20, I think.
Yeah,
He
hour
just
20.
had nothing left.
Yeah, he finally went back and got it, but not before staring at it for another straight minute and then putting a text on his screen that said, "I tried. Seriously, I did. F the Merle."
Alright, and only 7 triangles away here. Ty's only 10 away.
Coming down to the wire. You're not going to get a lot out of this other part of the basement, but it is definitely worth spending the key and coming down here.
Ed almost certain to find the last ones here.
If Ed had found Mirror, I guarantee you he would have never went back for Merle. But we've still yet to find the mirror.
So it's in the back of Meyer.
Yeah. Probably in the back of Meyer.
Guaranteed. Alright.
Get some triangles down here. That's good.
206 to 207.
Ty. Go to Meyer. I am not normally one to say that Meyer has the juice, but
It'll be fun. It'll be fun, I promise.
in this case, Meyer might actually have the juice.
You only need 7. You probably get them.
So, Ty and Ed
needs to
both
find...
went into Meyer with 1 key,
Yes!
and they both spin it on the switch door, which was the wrong move. Now,
Fortunately, it looks like...
this might finish Ed out.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Mm,
2 more.
one
more.
left. There it is.
There it is. Shut this room, Ed. No! Oh, God! Alright, well, I'm curious to see what Ty finds in
Another
here.
small key to thieves. All right, everybody, get your GGs in chat from Mr. Ed.
We'll go 6-0 in groups.
And Ed has finished officially with a racetime.gg time of 2 hours, 1 minute, 44 seconds. Not quite sure that was the key to spend, but
Yeah, I don't think so either, but, you know.
if we find Mirror back here,
I need to be vindicated. Yeah, because he didn't hit the switch, so this was not really the way to go.
yeah, by taking a break of his during his collecting to say finally to Ed.
This was honestly very close. If either of them had spent their key correctly in Meyer,
Yeah, this could have been a completely different race.
yeah. No, that is not. No, Ty, don't do it. Okay.
Ed with the brief flash. I tried.
I did.
Oh, you sure did. I appreciate the hell out of that. That was hilarious.
Well, the biggest problem that I had was like I could have done some checks in swamp. I'm sorry, in ice. I could have done a few more in Meyer.
Yeah.
But ultimately, my biggest problem was I could not find a connector to get me to an accessible spot in dark.
No, Ty! No!
So,
And it just,
Sorry.
it just was so frustrating. So like at one point I just said I'm gonna go through every single entrance, every single connector, figure out what it is. Do I really absolutely need to get that moon pearl? And I did, and then I really just hope that everybody appreciated me taking the time to actually put on the text on the stream so you guys could see before I picked up that moon pearl.
I
I
appreciated
tried.
it.
I
I
tried.
Very much.
appreciated it greatly. Best highlight of the night. Though Gilgamesh and I both have a gripe with you and Ty both, in that
Yes.
you both need to
What?
learn how to spin Meyer keys. The switch,
Oh, I
switch
I didn't
room
know how to.
is not the answer. If you spin it in the spike chest
room.
room and go up, you get the 6 pots that are in front of the boss door, and you get to go up into Fishbone room.
If that was the only complaint that that you guys had, then
Well, I mean, that wasn't the only complaint.
Mostly the only complaint.
Also, going all the way to Hobo for one check was
Yeah.
Oh,
driving me
absolutely.
crazy.
Absolutely no. I'm doing that. I'm doing that every day.
Also, bosses don't exist. Wow.
Oh,
Samaria.
Samaria.
Oh, so there's where Samaria was. Nice.
Neither one of you
bosses.
have found a mirror.
I'm telling you, it's before the boss door in Meyer. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I already made instantaneous regrets when I had the chance to either do all the way up through Zelda Cell or basically the entirety of Escape on the backside, and I'm thinking, whatever. I'll just do the stuff regardless. That's not even logic, so who cares? And there really wasn't much of anything there. So, and then it's like, all right, well, I know Ice is probably gonna have it. I think that was the most dense place that I had left.
Yeah.
And I just didn't really like.
Your 2 plays left were either go to Ice or go back to Meyer, because at that point you had the big key, you had, I think, another 2 small keys, so you could have also done at that point like Fishbone and gotten that boss door area if you would have went back. You knew from a hint tile that there were 2 Doritos on Firelocked side, so in the chests, so you could have gone back to Meyer. But also, thank you for somebody actually using hint tiles. Both of you.
What's up, nerds?
Welcome
What's
in.
up?
Ty,
Listen,
we're
I read the hint tiles, and I'll be honest, I didn't even really read them. I just said, well, here it is. Here's a couple seconds for everybody to digest.
I don't even know what half the
And-
hints mean anyway.
Yeah.
So I read them. One of them was about left side swamp, which I never found. Oh man, if I hadn't taken 2 bathroom breaks and then gone to TR instead of Meyer, might have been able to be within a minute of you
still
again. Ed.
had, so Ty, 2 things for you out of this. Well, actually 3 things. First is
Only 3 tank?
First is the same one that we just gave to Mr. Ed. You need to learn how to spin your Meyer keys better.
No.
You both went and opened that switch room, and I was telling Mr. Ed, if you spin it in the spike chest room, you can get the 6 pots in front of the boss door, and you can get into Fishbone room.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Second is you went back to Meyer and still didn't get the 6 pots in front of the boss door. And the last one is Sexy Statue Room exists in Pod. And if you would have went there, you would have got the big key to Hera, which would have put you at the top of Hera, which would have got you Fire Rod.
Yeah, but who needs Fire Rod?
Yeah, you didn't need it, but
Ice Palace has a lot of pots.
You're definitely not the first person that I've seen forget that you can walk to that right side and get those 6 pots.
Yeah. So I'm gonna reveal a little something about myself. This is my first true pot hunt seed.
Oh.
I know.
Gasp.
I know. I did it for you, Ed.
I mean, you were only 5 minutes off of Ed, and you guys were neck and neck the entire time. Oh,
All right, let me
Yeah,
ask
no,
you this,
legit.
Ty.
It was really, really close.
I got one
Let me
last.
ask you this.
Yeah,
When
okay.
did when you saw that moon pearl, did you go rush and get it, or did
He
you do what
sure
I did?
did.
He did.
I did
knew it.
because
I knew it.
hold on. I had 54 pieces before I marked a single thing on my tracker that wasn't a key.
All right, well, that's fair enough.
Yeah,
I think-
because
I
you
think I
went to
found that-
Ed, you went to the Ice Rod Cave area a lot earlier and got those flippers and the glove and the whatever else was over there.
Yeah.
And then did what you did not want me to do, which was check hobo. and
Also, I
everything.
missed
Well, you
this
know.
because
All the mimic-cliffs.
because Ty just straight joined us. But GG's definitely to Ty with an
thanks.
official race time GG finish of 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 3 seconds.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I was a little mad when I finally went back to GT and got the hammer because Ed,
Yep.
GT was the first location I checked. Like, I went from Link's house straight to the dam, and I'm like, oh, cool, GT. And I'm like, if I had a bomb to hit that switch, I would have had that hammer so early.
Yep.
Oh, I think I died twice going into there. I got the hammer and then I died like a couple times. Then I tried doing bufferless mimic clips and my thumb got
Did
tired.
you?
And I'm
Yeah.
Like, okay,
Did you feel
well,
good about doing mimic clip for those 2 pots, Ed?
Oh my god, it was well worth it. I'm telling you, it was literally all for the memes. That's all
Yeah.
I was doing.
Yeah,
Hey.
it's like there were a lot of points where it was like, Ed, what are you doing? And like you've got to be memeing right now. Like I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this bomb jump in Skull Woods with 1 heart that kills me regardless of if I make it or not.
Well, no, I tried hovering at first. Like, I'll put it this way. I did learn something though. Hovering when you're carrying the old man, because I don't know why. The one knock that I will say is that I forgot if there were pots in the old man rescue in the screen that he's actually there.
Yeah, it's fine. You
So
both
I actually double backed, and then I saw that pitfall, and I said, "Well, we're gonna try to hover." And I really hope you guys saw that. I hovered that one pitfall with the old man.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, hey, you know what? This might be onto something where there's just something about having that old man where like I can actually hover, because then every other hover that I did absolutely was terrible.
I mean, it was just funny because you could have bonked into the back of Skull Woods, and then you're just like, nope, I'm gonna bomb jump this. Okay, I died. I'm gonna run back. Now I'm gonna bomb jump it again.
Hey, if anything, I hope Ed and I put on a good show. Ed, I beat you again, 40 less clear.
Are you serious, dude? What the heck? That's
501, baby.
amazing. Wow.
Well, Ty didn't do any of Ice Palace.
That's true. I was going to, and then I got the thieves key, and I'm like, well, I know there's a bunch of pots right away there, and I wasn't even thinking of ice.
Also,
Hey.
you didn't have a fire source, so...
Yeah.
Also, here's my tracker. I know it's delayed on stream, but my piece of paper tracker worked. Only 5 minutes behind Ed, who's a god at entrance modes.
No. I was telling Gilgamesh and Master Tank earlier. I probably saw that Moon Pearl. I don't know what, within the first half hour.
It was pretty early, yeah.
And I stared at it and I said, "No, I'm not getting that." So I exhausted every possible entrance I could, and I thought of every possible way that I can actually get a connector. I mean, I was bunny walking connector to the connector. I mean, I was in the Mire area. Then I found Super Bunny Cave, and then I took that, and then I had to say, okay, well, I'm gonna go check Spectacle Rock, and that wasn't anything. And I tried, and then it came to the point where it's like, well, I got some checks that I can do in ice. I don't really feel like it. I got some stuff I can do in Mire. I don't really feel like it. I said, I'm gonna have to get more entrances. So basically, I resorted to getting that Moon Pearl. But before I did, I put on my screen. Actually, I don't know if you saw. Actually, I'll put it right now.
We saw it.
Yeah, we saw it.
Everybody saw it.
I've got you paused,
you saw
but
it.
yeah, we did see it.
I tried. I seriously did. F you, Merle.
Actually, so here's how it went down: is Ed found Merle, and then just stood there for a solid minute staring at it. It was just like,
Yeah, I don't think I had much left at that point.
And then it took him another like 3 minutes to write out on the screen, and then all of that. So as he just stood there staring at it.
That's fantastic.
So all for the memes.
That's
All for the memes, all for the fun.
I didn't do magic bat for you, Ed, even though we had powder. Tank, I picked up the mirror shield for you.
I appreciate that.
I
You got the
feel
mirror
like
shield? I did not find mirror shield.
I found like 7 shields.
I did find a lot of Fisher Price ones, but yeah,
Yeah.
also I did not. That magic bat was never getting checked.
Oh no, I got
I
the
did.
pots.
I did check the pots.
Scholzer.
I got those. Yeah, that was. I'll be very honest. Me watching their race earlier and commenting the very last half of it, made me say, well, when I do my race, I'm going to be sure that I'm going to be checking hints. Now I know I didn't get all of them.
Yeah.
But I basically wanted to make an effort to say, oh yeah, there's a hint tile here.
Yep.
Commentators, enjoy this.
And we did.
Excellent.
I'm looking forward to watching it back and hearing the smack talk.
Yeah,
There was
there's-
none of that. No, we were very kind.
none at
No.
all.
I'll get my revenge in bingo.
Oh, you will. You will.
And there's a couple of times where we're just like, Ty, why? Ty, please stop. Or the same for Ed, you know, Ed, what are you doing?
Little do you two know, we were in a voice call the whole time. Like, they'll love this. No.
Yeah. It wouldn't even surprise me with what Ed did with that Merle.
I wish I could say that were true, but we did this one on the up and up.
Well, it was a great race. Even with, you know, this being your first true pot hunt, you did phenomenally. It was a great time. Y'all were still only within 5 minutes of each other. Just as every bit as close as the other race was. You were swinging back and forth. Sometimes you were, you know, Ty, you were ahead, or Ed, you got ahead for a bit. And it came down to like the last 10 or so pieces, and you dipped out of mire and went looking elsewhere. And it might not been guaranteed that it was there anyway, but still. And then Ed finally consented to going into Ice Palace, and that one ice floor room with the pots in all the corners and all that.
Yeah, that was loaded.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. I mean, Top of Thieves was too, which is where I finished out, but probably
Yeah.
not as much as Ice. That's where Kane was, by the way, Ed, if you wanted your Kane.
I did. Yeah, I did see that. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Thank
Neither
you
one
very
of
much
you
for,
ever
finding it.
did find the mirror, which Gilgamesh is, you know, absolutely convinced, yeah, that that it's one of those 6 pots in front of the boss door in Mire.
I tried to find if there was a spoiler, but the Cody's site doesn't have a spoiler log when it generates the seeds. So
Tell you what, Gil, I will post the seed for you, and you can go nuts.
all right,
Well,
noted.
Gilgamesh did absolutely call the swords though.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah,
100%.
there are always swords
Yeah,
in
he was like-
Skullwoods.
He's like,
Yeah,
there's
in
at
this
least. He's like, there's at least 2 swords in the back of Skullwoods, and then lo and behold, y'all went back there.
I was not happy about that. I was not.
I thought maybe you would just ignore him, like you lift the pot and be like, nope, no sword.
He almost
I
might as
went
well
so
at that
long.
point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I went so long I thought it was gonna be swordless. Hey, I do like this when I got that flute. You know, it was funny that in the invertacrismizer, neither of us found a flute. There's 4 of them.
Yeah.
I found a flute very early, and I refused to activate it. Like I knew I had it, I just refused to. It's like, well, you know, this flute came a little too late. I could have used it last seed instead of, you know.
Yeah. Not,
Yeah,
Dave,
not
that
really
and the
honest.
flippers were really early.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, this was fun. Master Tank and Gilgamesh, thank you guys so much for commenting this race. Master Tank, thank you very much for oh my god, over 4 hours of AVIANART action between the two of us. I mean, that's a lot of memeing. I mean,
Yeah.
God bless. And
Uh,
to my buddy Tyvarius, this was a fun. When I saw that you're in my group, I said, "Oh my God, win, lose or draw, this is gonna be a fantastic time." Actually, you know what? I will say this much. Oh no, wait, that's right. They award points for ties. I was gonna say,
Mhm.
I love you to death and everything, but if I had to redo this true pot hunt because I didn't feel like finding the moon pearl and we ended up tying, and Structural Mike goes to us and says, "Hey, you got to redo the race," I just say, "You know what? You win." I do
Fair.
not want to be debated by trying not to find the Merle again.
Well, I mean, at least you had the opportunity to look at it and be like, "Yep, there it is." All right,
Yeah.
not doing it.
No, I'd like to echo Ed's sentiments. Thank you, Tank and Gil, so very much for dunking on us, for restreaming, for putting on just as much of a show, I'm sure. To you, Ed, as always, thank you, sir. I know we'll meet up again, if not in Jabirus, somewhere else, on a bingo board somewhere.
Yeah, we'll catch up soon. I left up the banana outline for most of that, so
Thanks, Tank.
giving the people a taste of what's to come on your stream.
Friday's going to be crazy. I'm looking forward to it.
So everybody still out there, definitely go give our racers a follow if you have not already. In the words of Mr. Ed, if you don't, well, shame on you. Absolutely fantastic people. Ty's going to be doing a banana costume stream on Friday. Plus, we're trying to convince him to get heinously drunk and play other video games. So we'll see how that goes. And then also, go give Gilgamesh here a follow as well. Gilgamesh, thank you so much for joining me in the comms booth tonight.
Anytime.
It was a good time. Memes were had, and would love to do this again sometime soon. Hopefully we can pick up another restream soon. But to everybody else, appreciate all of you who joined in and we're here for the race. It was a good time, and the racers, GG's to you both again.
GG's.
GG's.
All right, we are going to go ahead and raid out then, and go ahead and finish up for tonight. Take a look at who is available. Actually, I know who I want to raid. Make sure I get their channel pulled up.
What do we got on the schedule tomorrow?
Let's see. Tomorrow looks like I don't think there is anything currently listed for streaming, but Jjo and Jilla Ninja at 1 a.m.
Yeah, nope.
ADT for tonight. 4 p.m. Eastern, Jay Mesher and John Snoo. 6 p.m. Someone 325 and Pool Float. And then 9 p.m. Hexadus and Pix. So we'll try to get that. Try to see if we can't get one of those picked up for restream. If nobody else volunteers, I might run the Hex and Pix one. So anyway, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and raid out. We're going to go raid Telethar. Telethar is currently playing Why Is That There against Sleepy. So go show some love over there. Make sure you give Telethar and Sweeby a follow as well. Both absolutely fantastic runners and members of this this tournament. So if you want to see another mode that didn't get covered tonight, that's what they're doing right now. So, but go ahead and sign off. Everybody have a good night, and we'll all catch you soon.